Hello, I am Asheron, and welcome to my study. And today, we will be playing some more Asheron's Call. Now, I realize that I'm at the menu, so the window's only like a very tiny portion of the screen, but that'll change when we log in. So, I didn't have any exact plans as to what to do today, which is why it is called a chill Asheron's Call stream, because I don't have any like exact quest ideas as to what I'm wanting to get accomplished today. I just wanted to play some Asheron's Call. And today I was wanting to do a longer stream, hopefully, so having an exact plan for the stream would limit the duration. But I was hoping to do some good quests on my main character, and then perhaps even start a new character who, of course, wouldn't be replacing the main character, but I have been meaning to start a character in order to make them a good, like, tinkering character, hopefully. And I was thinking I could go for a Void Mage with that, because I don't usually play Void Mages, so, because they were kind of added after, pretty far after I'd already made most of my main characters in retail, so I was not I didn't really have many opportunities to make a Void Mage in the base game. And since then, I've just never gotten into Void Magic. So I have been wondering what it's like and wanted to see how that goes and how good that is. So we'll see. I think it's kind of overpowered because there's like a bunch of bonuses to it. You get your own unique debuffs. Your damage type can't really be negated by anything at all. There's no boons. There's no armor protections against it. It's just kind of invincible. So that's pretty fun. A little overpowered if you ask me, but we'll see how that goes. Perhaps. But for now, we should probably log in. Most likely, that is a good first step, I would say. And there were a couple quests. Oh yeah, here I am at what's this place? Neftet. Right. Also, this is a good time that to show that I have gotten my next piece of the uh what's this stuff called? Noble relic armor. Yes. I've gotten my next piece of the noble relic armor, which is the chest piece, so I just have the helmet left to do. And I have already transmogged the chest piece to be the chest piece that I want it to be. I still have the helmet to transmog and the gloves and boots, but those don't really make a huge difference, I don't think, as of right now. Especially because the base armor is yellow, and this is supposed to be like red armor with yellow accents, so having yellow gloves and shoes definitely makes sense for this. It fits the look, at least. So, yes. The first thing, oh, I should probably turn in all these, put all these rares in my house, honestly, before I start running around doing stuff, because that would be bad if I died and lost 4 rares. But yesterday? No, day before yesterday, when I got this chest piece, I was doing a bunch of the farming of those Dark Isle creatures to get the trophies, and I did find all 4 rares just by random chance while killing all of those enemies. So, I mean, I did boost the rare finding rate a little bit, in the server, but that's still quite a lot of rares for that amount of farming. Like, normally I find maybe 1 rare if I play a lot of Asheron's Call in a day. And this was 4 in, like, a couple hours. So, very, very nice. Very lucky. I just need to find actual space. Where do I put my rares in here? Hey, there's 4 spaces, and this is where I put the rares. How advantageous. Oh, now we have 2 of these. That's really good. Because the weapon tinkering rares are the most important ones as far as I'm concerned. Man, we have a lot of doubles here. How did I get a second Knight's Crystal and a second Artist's Crystal? I mean, but I'm very happy about the Artist Crystal. That is my favorite rare. Other than, Shimmering Skeleton Key or the unlimited health, stamina, or mana kits, or maybe any of the armor or weapons, which I've never gotten before. But I have gotten rare potions. I think I got one rare healing kit, or I think it might have been a stamina kit. I don't remember. And then I've gotten one, or no, two Shimmering Skeleton Keys in my life. But never in my entire existence. I've been playing this game for probably at least 15 years in my life, and I have not once found a rare piece of armor or a rare weapon, which is why I boosted the rare find rate on this server, because I've been secretly hoping that if I just have it boosted a significant portion and I play enough, that someday my rare armor slash weapon achieving dreams will come true. Thus far, not too much not too much luck on that front, sadly. But we'll get there. I'm certain of it. You just got to give it enough time, and those rares will be dropping eventually. But let's throw some stuff in here that we don't need. Oh, there's more rares over here. I have a lot of rares. I have been playing this character for quite some time though, so that's to be expected. I had way more rares than this on Reef Cull back when I used to play on there. I had saved up quite a lot, but that was probably because I actually macroed on that server. So, these are all rares that I've gotten from actually fighting the mobs myself and getting all that done manually. So, it's a bit more impressive on here. So, let's see. I think that's pretty much everything. I might want to go home, back to Iraq, and turn in this red letter and do the gambling tokens to see if I can get maybe a golden Gromny. I don't... Can you get golden Gromnies from low stakes? I think you can. They're just very rare. But might as well try, because I found this while farming for small Ulthoi Venom Sacks a little bit ago. Because I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream, but there's a little... It's not really an exploit, but there's a little quirk to the alternate currencies system where if you turn in 5 of the Ulthoi Venom Sacks, then you can trade those in for promissory notes that will then get you 10 of the Onyx Shay tokens, which is enough for an armor upgrade kit. So instead of spending time farming up 10 of the Onyx Shay tokens, you can just get 5 of the small Ulthoi Venom Sacks and trade them in for the higher number of the lower value currency that is still enough for... Oh, really? 2 pack drudges. I can't turn these in, right? No. I don't need more pack drudges. We have a lot of those. So, not great luck, but well, I guess it was pretty lucky that we got 2 of the same item. Like, that is a low chance. So, the stuff I wanted to do on this character is there are at least 2 unique-ish quest lines that I have not done that I wish to complete. One of them is the faction quests for either the Rosu Morta or the Whispering Blade, which I'm going to be joining the Whispering Blade, as I always do, because I am not one for allying myself to royalty. It's just usually not my thing. But we could go and join the Whispering Blade, and that'd be fun. I mean, it's not exactly going to be difficult, seeing as how none of these quests are specifically for people above 200. They're more like... I mean, they're for all different levels, but the last ones I think are for like level 100 to 120. So let's see. We need to go to the Vaimonian torture chamber behind the Royal Hall, which is one reason why we don't ally ourselves with the royals, because they literally have a personal torture chamber in their backyard that usually isn't the kind of people I want to be, buddy buddy with. Because I am not one that is partial for torture, you know, whether it be torture on me or just torture on anybody. It's not my favorite thing. So we're gonna head this way. I believe I remember that it's back behind there. Yeah, back behind the royal place at the very back. And hopefully I don't need to do anything else. Probably not. Let's see. Yeah, it just says travel to Sanamar, south of town behind the royal hall is the Viamanian torture chamber. Of course. Yeah, and then it has a map. I am probably just gonna try to wing it. I mean, it's a low level dungeon. I think its suggestion is 20 plus. So this really should be the easiest quest of me life. But we shall see. I don't think usually with these lower level dungeons, you don't really need a map through it, I don't think. We'll just wing it, see what happens. Where's the torture chamber? Is it inside this tower? I think it's inside the tower. No, that's the workshop. Oh, the torture chamber's inside the walls. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You wouldn't want the entrance to your torture chamber just sitting out back behind the wall. Okay, well then we gotta sneak in. It's just behind the house, but inside the wall. That makes sense. Let's see. Unless it's no, it's definitely behind. There we go. I was gonna say unless it's just inside the house, I need to go back through again and back into the house, which would be very upsetting. All right. So far, this place looks rather linear. Yeah, and they got these guys, which are like Viamanian Knights, but not. They're like unenhanced Viamanian Knights, which is very weird. Because usually when you see the Viamanian Knights, they're the big hulking variety and not these wimpy little regular Viamantians. The wannabe Viamanian Knights. Huh. Okay, so we got a ramp here, but we also have this area. So the question is, which way does one go? It did say you might need lockpicking, which luckily we have, so that won't be an issue for us. But this is looking like it's the right way. There we go. Oh, level 40 executioners. That's gonna be tough. Oh, and they actually survived one hit. That is honestly impressive. I thought they were just going to get one shot, personally. Like those guys. But you can't judge these books by their cover, I suppose. They're tougher than they appear. So do they drop the item? It's supposed to be an item. Let's see. If you don't have lockpick, you need to get the torture chamber key, but we do. On a pedestal at the end of the dungeon is a heart. Okay. Here it is. Oh boy. Well, ain't that just fantastic. Alright, so now we need to go to the grandmother of Cillian and give the heart to them. Which should sound easy enough, right? Seems rather straightforward for this first quest. And that will unlock us to go to the next quest in the line, because these quests basically just get harder and harder as you go along, and I don't think any of them will really be that big of a deal. Even the last one is only 140 plus, so for level 206, that's not going to be a problem, I don't think. But we'll see. But also, I have no idea what being a part of these factions actually does for me. But hopefully something good. Man, I still remember when these two were active portals. I remember when all of them were active portals. That was a long time ago now. Like, I don't know, when was that? 2010? Because the game stopped receiving updates in 2014. And then, dude, your boots are very colorful. I'm a fan. Um, yeah, so 2014 was the last update, and that was the what's it called? The Verdant Rise, whatever it's called, Viridian Rise. That's it. Uh, that place was the last area added in 2014, and then the game was ended in 2017, a few years after the last update had occurred. So I don't know when exactly they broke all the portals and added in the town network, but that had to be at least a few years before it stopped getting updates, right? It's like maybe 2011 at the latest. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's the grandmother of Celine. So let's try and make our way up that direction and give you our heart. Oh boy. Where are you looking? There, have a title token. If I talk to you again, nothing. Okay, well let's look at the next quest because that was easy. Speak to the grandmother. We did that though. Um, she didn't give us any like instruction as to what to do next. So do I maybe talk to her again? Probably not, but we'll see if that does anything. Oh, I wonder if you might help us, since you have helped us once before. There's a group of knights who has broken away from the murderous Viamontian loyalists. They call themselves Knights of Karlun. Unfortunately for them, they possess something that might be useful to us, a ring that once belonged to Karlun, the great father of Viamont. I would have you take this ring from their leader, a knight named Sir Bellefor. Belfalor. That's it. Kill him if you must, but to even see this Belfalor, you must infiltrate the Knights of Karlun and gain their trust. Sure thing. So yeah, it seems like we just run there from here, because that is not very far at all. But yes, I'm going to be uh using the Helm of the Crag as the helmet for the transmog because essentially I didn't like the look of the pants for the I don't know, is it Chiron? Chiran? It's this word here. I just say Chiron, but actually it kind of sounds like Asheron. But no, it's probably just a coincidence. Anyways, uh this armor, I like the armor set, including the hat, which the Helm of the Crag is a quest variant of the armor set that has yellow horns instead of I don't know what color are they normally, like blue? I don't remember. But normally the horns aren't yellow. But the Helm of the Crag is a somewhat unique variant that has yellow horns, and that fits the red with yellow accents that I go for. So that's what it's gonna be once I actually get the helmet of the set. Oh, and this is a place we got here already. Man, I have like such PTSD of Thrungus because they are terrifying. Do I need to talk to you? The times are changing. The other master armors have started work on a new type of shadow armor. Oh, he's a shadow armor guy. Okay. Well, we don't need you. I assumed we might have needed to talk to him to like gain entry to the portal, but no. We can just jump right in. Alright, so you're a named person. Have you come to join the Knights of Karlun? I do not trust you enough to send you in to speak to the Grand Master. Perhaps if you could prove yourself trustworthy, of course. If you would enter our confidence, seek out the vile eater thing that swallowed my sword. It can be found at the heart of the eater pit, located at this. Is that okay? Eater pit is way over here. Fun. Could you have like possibly sent me, sent me there first? Let's just jump down. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. Yeah, we have plenty of jump skill for that. We're good. Which is still something that I feel like other games are missing is jump skill. Because like in WoW, even like a level 1 and a level 60 will both die at the, I think, the exact same fall height, you know? If you fall off a cliff, you're dead no matter what, essentially. But in Asheron's Call, it all depends on your jump skill. If you have higher jump skill, you can survive longer falls. I don't have the highest jump skill, but it's certainly high enough for pretty much any fall in the game. I believe the highest fall you can endure is, or the highest fall you can even find in the game, is the thing where the deep, you give the fin to the deep and it teleports you way above Candith Keep or something. I think that is the highest you can naturally go. I don't know of any other place that is higher up than that, but that I can even survive pretty readily, so I don't think there's any situation where fall damage will kill me at this point, which is good. Very, very good. Unless maybe I take a long fall and then hit a steep angle, because there's a bug where if you hit an angle and you like slide down it, you take multiple instances of fall damage. So if a fall is long enough to take like half your health and it inflicts an amount of fall damage like 3 times, you might die. And sometimes on some cliffs you can get fall damage like 8 times or something before you hit the ground, and it can hurt. It is very upsetting, but that's fine sometimes. You gotta, you can't have complete fall damage invincibility. Sometimes you just have to take mostly fall damage invincibility. So we got some low level eaters here. I mean, about as low level as they can get. They're pretty small and they're famished, apparently. Which is weird, because it kind of seems like there are some eaters that get stronger when they're hungry. But I don't know. I guess some of the I guess some of the higher level eaters are like engorged eaters and stuff like that. So I guess they do eat a lot. Well, how'd the guy lose his sword down here? What was he even doing in here? And do you think these eaters like carve their own tunnels? Or do you think they just kind of found these caves here and took up inhabitants in them? Because I can't really see how these things would dig unless they literally just eat the rock and then move it somewhere else. Because I mean, they're really just a jaw on legs, and that's about it. Okay, this seems to be the bottom. Which one of you has the sword? Luckily, slashing is good against eaters, I believe. I think that's the element that's best against them. I don't know if this will just be in the loot of one of these guys or if it's literally going to be a visible thing. Oh no, wait, there's a path here. I thought that was the end of the dungeon. Okay, no. We're still going. How deep does this go? But eaters are quite dangerous. They're one of those mobs that you don't really want to mess with unless you are very confident in your melee defense. Sword Swallower, okay, you're different. You're very large, very impressive eater. Let's just kill the rest of you guys because I can. Ooh, and there's an exploration marker. Yeah, I'm so not gonna remember all of these markers that I've gotten. I wish it was like cataloged somewhere which markers you've gotten and which ones you haven't, because honestly, I am never gonna be able to remember it. Gotta point. It's not pointing directly. It is being very difficult. Okay, that's probably good enough. I usually try to get it so that the arrow points directly at the comma, because unless you have like really unbalanced coordinates, usually pointing right at the comma makes it dead ahead. But that it kept being like a few pixels to the left or right and never directly on the comma. Even now, it's slightly to the left. And I don't like that. But I tried many a times. It obviously did not. It did not want to cooperate. So we're just gonna leave it at that. We're not gonna have too much arguing with the arrow. See, now it's moving on its own. Well, we can strafe to correct it. Just one more tick to the right. There we go. Is that directly on it? That might be slightly to the right. Maybe the reason we couldn't get it to be directly on it was because it's impossible. Maybe it's only slightly to the right and slightly to the left of this comma. Because as I said, each set of coordinates will have the comma in a slightly different location, depending on which numbers the coordinates are. But sometimes you can get the arrow to be right on it. Sometimes you can't. Can't win them all, you know? That's a cool Urson. Very nice colors. Okay, we got the sword, so they can trust us now, and then we're gonna kill their leader. Well done, you have my thanks, but you have not proven yourself to the Knights of Karloon just yet, but you said I did. Now I must ask you to take on a more sensitive task. One of our leading warriors, a knight of great virtue named Sir Coretto, journeyed into the heart of madness to discover what affects the Fian who have gone mad. It has been some time since we heard from him. Please follow him to the heart of madness. Okay. Gosh. These people are so needy. That's a long jump. Which, I guess it doesn't matter which one we're on, whether we're in the water or not. Because we're going down here, which is by the water's edge, so we might as well run through the water. So, let's just head down here. Yeah, pretty long fall. No more than, like, what was that, 1/4? A quarter of our health, approximately? And fall damage is calculated oddly in this game. It's not like a percentage of your health that goes up linearly with the amount of falling. It seems to either reach a cap at a certain point, or perhaps it just like it kind of scales down, almost like a bell curve, where you'll take very little fall damage from short falls, and then the amount of damage you take from moderate falls increases as you fall at a decent rate. But then at a long fall, the bell curve kind of drops off and you stop taking as much damage per amount of distance than you would even on just a moderate fall. So it's weird. It is definitely an odd system, because I've definitely noticed falls like that taking 81 damage, and then a fall like double or triple that only taking like 100 damage or 120, and it's like it's not much more for being literally like double the distance. So it falls off a bit damage percentage wise. I don't know how it works exactly. I'm sure someone out there has the numbers for it though. So Heart of Madness, apparently there are fiends in here, which I mean would be not fun if, if I cared, but these guys are all really low level, so Not really a problem for us. But it'll be nice to tick this quest chain off the list, you know, be part of the little faction thing. I don't even know what it, as I said, I don't know what it really does for us other than give us access to red runed weapons, which aren't all that good anyways, unless you're exactly level 140. But we'll check it out. We'll see if there's any other real benefit to it. Look, a lever. Mind if I don't? Yeah, this seems pretty linear, which is good. It's nice to not have to look at a map to find my way through places. Is this the way I need it? Probably. This looks about right. I am using the little map, which definitely helps you see if there's like a passageway behind you. If you walk into a room and look left, you'll know if there's one to the right as well. And nope, this does not. Although, these guys are level 100, but I don't know if that's meaning we're on the right track or that's the end room. I think we might need to go the other way. Because none of them had like special names or anything. I assume I'm looking for a Viamontian knight who came in here and probably lost his mind. Because, I mean, it's called the Heart of Madness. And he was in here to investigate why everyone went mad going in here. So, I'm going to assume he's gone mad as well. And I'm going to need to, like, kill him or something. Oh, they killed a cow. Maybe these guys aren't so mad after all. You know, because they're out here actively stopping the cow menace. So, you know, really, that's pretty sensible if you ask me. Felicitations, good sir. I would wager my friend Sir Ginazio sent you to find me. Noble of you, but futile. I'm of no use to anyone. I am broken. I've discovered things too terrible to bear. Please put me out of my misery. Strike me down so I may die like a true knight. And when I am dead, take my last testament to Ginazio. Ginazio? I don't even know. So he will know. They will all know. Okay, well, we'll just. Hey, you survived. I assumed the split damage would kill you, but you know what? That's fine. Testament of Sir Corretto. Very nice. Okay, well, have fun in the afterlife, I suppose, with your insanity and all that. Okay. My brothers in the knighthood of Karlun, I have traveled to the Fian settlement in these islands and spoken with their leaders. They are gentle folk. I don't think they've been attacking me since I walked in here. Who have learned much and acquired much power, but have only recently learned how to properly manage their power. I've come to admire their hard-won wisdom and think our own people, especially our ruler who led us into this forbidding land through his own arrogance, can learn a lesson from their downfall. More. Wow. I've discovered what horrors drove the Fian mad. The Fian, it seems, have some kind of gland or organ in the back of the head that, when removed, drives them mad. It is also an unfortunate side effect that the smell of one of these exhumed glands is something that reliably attracts the foul eater beasts and have lately become a standard element of, or that have lately become a standard element of Varici's army in the new land. It was not disease or catastrophe or fickle chance that turned so many gentle creatures into ravening beasts. The affliction does not come from an experiment gone awry that twisted their minds. It was not overreaching hubris that made them monsters. No, the Fian were victimized to feed an immoral hunger for power. Someone saw that their purposes would be served by the suffering of those innocent creatures. I know who brought evil to the Thean. It is us. Only us. I have no desire to go on after all I have witnessed. I have asked your messenger to strike me down and end my torment. Honor the person who brings you my last testament, because that person has fulfilled my final wish. That is depressing. It also makes you wonder what the Thean are exactly. Because if they have a gland at the back of the head, I mean, humans, I don't think, have something like that. So, what does that mean exactly? Like, what are they? Because they're humanoid. Are they non-human humanoids? I don't know what. I mean, I guess there are like Viamontians and Garundum and Sho and Illuvian, and they all came from like different planets, and Empyreans as well. So I suppose since they all came from different planets, they're technically not the same species. So Fians might be just yet another different humanoid species that has that special gland and all that. That's pretty interesting. Here's your dead friend's book. This is heartbreaking. We will, we all will mourn the great man that Sir Coretto was, and I thank you for putting him out of his misery. You've proven yourself to me, and I will give you permission to enter the hall of Karlun and speak with our Grand Master. You've also been judged worthy to receive a piece of armor from the Knights of Karlun. Wear it with honor. Oh, thank you, my good man. It is quite nice. I mean, minor endurance, minor strength. If I was lower level, this would be a really good piece of armor. Anyways, time to go kill your leader. I mean, what? I said nothing. So yeah, then I think I go in here. Yeah, nobody attacks us because we're, supposed to be here. And then we go to the end and kill their boss. Because we're noble people. We're very, honorable and all that. Hey my guy, you have the emo hair. It's kind of funny. Do you wanna say anything? You may have fooled Sir Gnazio Outsider, but I know you are working for someone else, and that you seek the ring of Carlin. I will not attack you, but you will get nothing from me. You may as well leave. Well, at least you saw through my trick at the end, that's nice. Um, let's see, acid. I think fire would work quite well. Usually, elemental damage is good against Viamontians. Alright, we got El Ring. And now we just leave. I don't want to fight back my way back through all those guards. That would take, like 20 seconds. And I'm not a fan of wasting 20 seconds killing a bunch of people. If I'm gonna kill a bunch of people, it's gonna be less than 20 seconds, It's too much of a time investment, really. It's still weird how there's the whole thing on YouTube where they're like, oh yes, we must censor the word kill and censor the word die. And it's like, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like those aren't bad words at all. But I guess they're just a sensitive soul. So they don't want to upset all those people that can't stand hearing the word kill. Really kills the mood, one might say. Let's see. It's regrettable what had to be done to brave Sir Belfalor, but we are glad the Ring of Cardoon is ours, and you have our gratitude. Well, I also have a title, so I'm happy about that. Okay. Do I need to talk to her again? What's the next quest? I keep jumping down off of that balcony when I probably need to talk to her again. Yep. First step, speak with the grandmother. Sure thing. We just need to make our way through this house again. Because I have a very good foresight, I'm sure. You have done so much for the people of Cillian. I now request a boon from you. Not for the people, not for the cause, but for me. I seek, no, demand vengeance. It is my right, and I have been denied it for far too long. For you see, not long after we arrived on this wretched land, my favorite grandson was taken from me. One of those vile creatures we now call eaters attacked our camp and brutally killed and ate him as we all watched. There's supposed to be two wees? As we all watched in stunned horror. You know, it really takes away from the intensity and the sadness of this tale of someone being eaten alive in front of you when you inject some wee wee into it. I'm just saying, if they even had like a comma there, maybe a dot dot dot. I forget what the dot 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 is called other than dot dot dot, but I know there's a technical term for it. But if they even just had like a comma in here, it could be seen as like hesitation to say it and then repeating the oui after the hesitation. But yeah, there's just nothing there. It's just a space. That's kind of weird to me. Anyways, as we all watched in stunned horror, uh, the short of this tale is that the thing escaped, and all attempts to kill it have been met with failure. You shall be my blade, my truth, my justice, my revenge. Seek this creature out and kill it. Bring me the jaws of this eater, so that it can cause no more sorrow to others. Okay, well, you really have not given me much info to go on. You're just like, go find an eater and kill it. It's like, well, you see, there's a few eaters around here, ma'am. If you could be more specific, that would be great. That would be a good time. But the wiki does say that it is Marauder's lair. Because yeah, she doesn't give any other info. I mean, let's see, because she says attacked our camp. We don't know where the camp is. That it ran off and never was found. That's, I don't know. It's not very specific. She literally gives no indication as to where this place is, and we're just supposed to know. She's like, oh yes, an eater that killed her grandson Jimbo. I know where that is. This is an easy one. I don't know. Maybe you're just supposed to wander around to all the eater related dungeons until you find this one and just happen across it and go in. Which, it's pretty far away. I mean, the chance that you're gonna find this within like an hour of getting the quest is pretty dang low if you don't, know exactly where it is. So I don't know. I'm just saying it's a bit odd that they would have such a thing. Because usually in the quest description they'll say, "Oh, go to these coordinates and there's a dungeon to go in." But no, none of that. Is just go kill Eater. And I'm like, sure thing, boss. How is she even supposed to know if this is the like exact same Eater? I'm pretty sure most Eaters have very similar jaws, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe this Eater is like bright pink or something. I'm not sure. I haven't done this quest in quite some time, so I'm not sure what the specialness of it is. But this should be easy. Hopefully it's another linear dungeon, or we are most certainly gonna get Thrungus. Not a fan. Let's see. I'm gonna bet it's over this way. This body is in my way. Why do I get tripped up by a little corpse on the ground? That's weird. Also, if I was given a quest to go kill an eater, and I entered this place called Marauder's Lair, and just saw a bunch of Thrungus, I would turn around and leave. I'd be like, you know, I'm looking for an eater, and these are Thrungus. That doesn't seem connected. I would just skedaddle on out of here, like, oh hey, eaters. Yeah, it just doesn't seem connected. Thrungus and eaters, they're not usually buddies, but I suppose here they are. I think, yeah, we went in a circle there. So this place is not incredibly straightforward. Could Marauder be in here? No. I assume he's an eater literally called Marauder, and probably is at the end of the dungeon, wherever that may be. Maybe it's this way. Definitely. Nope. Maybe not. Because that room had a different wall texture, so I assumed that it was special. But now we're just back to the regular. Ooh, okay. Now we're in a different place. There's the engorged eaters that I was talking about a minute ago. Very nice. Jump down. Always good. But you see, even little level, what, 80? Yeah, even little level 80 eaters are still able to break through my melee defense. That's a level 206. That literally has maxed out melee defense. That just goes to show how beastly these eaters can be. Oh, the privacy, hello. How goes it? Oh, there's a shield on here. Is this the final room? It is. Marauder, he's right there. What server do I play on? I play on my own server that I meticulously followed the tutorials as to how to get your own server up and running. And now I play on this because it has 0 latency, and I very much like that. But it does kind of suck when there aren't other people around. So I'm playing solo? Yes. And now I just need to go back, I think. I think that was this whole quest. But yeah, having eaters at the end of a Thrungus dungeon, kinda unexpected. As I said, I would not have expected that is where I needed to go to kill the eater. Unless the wiki was literally telling me that's exactly where I need to go. Because she didn't even tell me the name of the eater. You know, and if I saw a Marauder's lair and never was told the name of the eater, I wouldn't have thought it was there. I mean, who names an eater Marauder? It doesn't sound like an eater name. But yeah. And yeah, I usually play solo anyways. That's the main reason why I started playing on my own servers, because it's like, well, I don't play with other people in Asheron's Call anyways, generally. So what's really the difference other than I don't have to deal with every so often I walk into like a Tusk dungeon and someone's macroing in the Tusk room and I can't get a Tusk. You know, that's like the only difference. Slightly less annoyances around. So it's quite nice. And as I said, let's see. You have it'll pop up in a few seconds, but you have the latency to the server is always between like at most 10 to 20 milliseconds, right around there. So it's quite nice. You never need to deal with lag. There's no rubber banding. No, you're trying to walk up a cliff and you go through one of those narrow portions and the server like freaks out and ends up dropping you off the cliff because the place you were walking was too narrow. None of that, because it's just 0 latency. It's amazing. Just unparalleled Asheron's Call playing over here. Alright, let me give the jaw to the lady. Here's, the jaw of the thing that killed your grandson. This is from the beast that killed my grandson. I don't freaking know. I mean, it's an eater. It was a big eater. You never told me where to find it, or what its name was, or why. So I don't freaking know if it's the one that killed your grandson, but it's an eater. But I'm glad you're happy, there's literally nothing in this quest has told me or given me any indication that this is the eater I'm looking for, but she took it, so I'm happy. For so long I've wanted or waited for this moment. All the old pain and memories flood back into my soul when I look upon this jaw. Bless you, soldier of light. You'll forever have my gratitude. Okay. Well, that's good. I also have now a token. Just give me more titles, which is nice. I'd like to help further in the fight against the tyrant Varici. I ask you to journey to the town of Ayan Bakur and seek out a name named Mekmet. He will trust you if I vouch for you. Okay. Do you have anything else to say to me? Or am I just... Is that it? Am I leaving now? Let it be known that me, has won the approval and support of the people and shall henceforth be called Hero of Silion. Uh, Gained access to the Isle of Visital. There is nothing more I ask of you. Maintain a presence there. Remain alert. Okay. I don't know why she's talking about Visital Isle, but okay. Let's see. So to get back to Ayan Bekir, we got to Lifestone Recall. Ooh, there's another quest I could do. I don't know how important the quest is, but I think I'm gonna look it up and keep it for a bit later. Because there is a unique spell that you can only get from a specific quest. And that spell is, let's see, where does it say it? I don't know. But you basically this quest named Bliarg's Gratitude, and it gives you all level 1 through 6 item magic spells, and one of those spells is Lifestone Sending, which is a unique spell, as the wiki says, that can only be learned by completing the third stage of the quest. So essentially, we are going to be doing that and getting the Lifestone Sending, because basically it makes it so I don't have to do /ls or /lifestone anymore. I just can pull up the orb and cast Lifestone Sending, and it'll basically send me to my Lifestone location instead of to the Lifestone tie location. It's a very nice spell, and it's interesting that that's like the only way that you can actually access it. So we need to find a dude. Pretty sure it's a dude. I mean, Mehmet doesn't sound like a female name, but we'll see, I guess. We need to find Mehmet, which sounds, I guess, in this world, Gurundam, which I guess would make sense. I mean, we're in Ayan Bekur, which I think is a Gurundam town, possibly. There he is, Mehmet. I mean, in all honesty, it sounds Egyptian, I think. Maybe. At least very similar. So, and Gurundam is a combination of multiple more Middle Eastern desert-esque areas. So it would make a lot of sense if that name would be to a Gurundam character. The grandmother must have sent you. Yes, I know how much you help the people of Silion. Man, word travels fast. I mean, we're literally in Ayan Bekur all the way down here, and we were just completing quests up in Silion up there. So how the heck did the word traver? My brain is not working. How did the word from what I did up here like 2 seconds ago travel faster than I can portal down to here? Especially because I didn't even really need to go through many portals. I just like Lifestone recalled and I'm here. So I don't know how this guy heard it. I think he uses dark magics. That's the only explanation. If you would seek to defeat the tyrant Verici, journey to the Shade Iron Mine in a cavern south of here along the coast at these coordinates. See, that's how you do it. Give me coordinates. That's what I like. The Viamontians have been extracting a metal known as Shade Iron there. This is the metal they crafted the Foul Blade Heartbreaker with. We must know more about it, so I would ask you to obtain a sample of the ore. The ore is difficult to properly extract. I suspect that you'll have to take a proper tool from the Viamontian mages in the mine that who collect the ore. That shouldn't be too hard. Although, this is the spot in the quest line that I ended up not being able to complete on Reef Coal a while back when I was first trying to do this quest line over on that server, because at least at that point, I don't know if they've updated it since then. I assume they probably have, But at that point, they only had the quests up until the Shade Iron implemented, and I think the Shade Iron had some kind of bug in it that wouldn't let me, complete it. So, as I said, not sure if they've since then fixed the bug and made it possible to complete this quest chain, but this is as far as I got on that character, which was quite unfortunate. But we should be able to do it in its entirety this time. But yeah, and then we have 2 other quests that I could do, which is very nice. It's good to have things on the on the to-do list, because if I had nothing on the to-do list, I wouldn't have much to be able to stream. All right, and these guys are now actually starting to get up to a level that would be somewhat significant for me. I mean, they're still like 100 levels lower than me, but it's fine. They'll catch up eventually, I'm sure. We still have a few more quests in this chain, and they all get higher and higher level. If it's level 140 requirement, it probably means most of the enemies are around like level 180 at least. So we'll see. I don't know what we're doing in here exactly. Although it did say you might need to take stuff from the mages in the mine. So I guess let's kill some mages. Slashing is not great against them. But you know what? Who cares? It's good enough. My guy, can you take a step forward? Okay. Screw you too, mage. Trying to get you all with the cleave damage, and you're just sitting there out of range casting your spells. This is a jerk move. Alright, so those guys didn't drop anything, which is odd, but I'm guessing we'll just get down to wherever this ore vein is. Oh wait, there's a counselor? That sounds important. So I'm assuming you might? Nope, you have nothing. It was just a higher level version of the war mage, I guess. So let's keep descending. Keep killing mages whenever they look different. And eventually they'll give us the loot we are looking for, I'm sure. Ore collector. I think these might be, I mean, we're looking for something to collect the ore, and these guys are literally called ore collectors, so I think that it would be a bit counterintuitive if they didn't drop what we're looking for. And all these guys actually stayed in melee range, which I appreciate. Ooh. Alright. Shade iron ore hammer. Is that all I need? Is that what I'm looking for? No, past each cluster of ore collectors is a shade iron ore deposit. Okay, so we need to find the iron ore deposit. Wherever that might be. Is it in this dead end? No. Probably back here. Yes. Can you guys like leave me alone? I know you're supposed to be like guarding this, but I don't think it's worth your life, so if you could just... No, they did not want to leave. That's fine. I have no qualms about slaughtering them all. There we go. And then... Orb. Lifestone recall. Easy as that. I don't know why I'm putting my weapon back on. I'm probably gonna have to teleport somewhere again. That's fine. I think that's the end of that quest. What's the next one? Okay, he was in here, right? How are my buffs doing? They're pretty low. Here's your ore. This is a mysterious metal, is it? I cannot say it seems all that menacing to me, but there are people more clever than I who are waiting to analyze it. Thank you, you have helped us immensely. I will remember your service. If you seek to further aid our cause, speak to Harkwell here in Ayanbakur. I don't know where that guy is. Got Scriveners. I don't think they're exactly what we're looking for. I should probably just put his name into the Verendi sense because there's a lot of NPCs in this town to just go through each and every one of them and find this Harkwell. Harkwell? I don't even know. Depends on if he's German or not, I guess. Maybe he's in this place. Was that Gaston? Am I seeing things? Oh, it is. This is Gaston. Interesting. Yeah, and then there's the guy. It's you. What do you want? Ah, excellent. I've been looking for a person of your obvious skill who is loyal to Queen Elissa. Eliza? Eliza. I don't know. And the good folk of Cillian, as well as another organization. I seek someone of skill and daring to infiltrate the summoning chamber of Count Dardante, double comma, King Varici's chief thaumaturgical counselor. That is it thaumaturgical? I don't know how to pronounce that. I've seen the word. I've never tried to pronounce the word. You must journey to Sanamar, to the royal hall itself, and find the portal to Dardante's workshop. We've we saw that portal. There it is. Yeah, we saw that portal when we were looking for the torture chamber portal. In there, you must find a way to gain access to the summoning chamber and find what information you can from the spirits that the Count binds and torments there. Bring me what you find, and I will further initiate you into the mysteries of the Whispering Blade. I must also warn you that if you have made it this far into our confidence and are thinking of making use of those unscrupulous plumbers to erase your record of service, well, suffice it to say, royal archives can be pillaged, but the Whispering Blade does not forget its own. Okay, so we can't hire Mario and Luigi to, you know, clean our record, I guess. I mean, I guess there's like plumbing, as in plumbing the depths of an archive to get rid of any hint of someone existing. And then there's plumbing, as in, you know, working on sewage pipes and stuff, like Mario and Luigi. But I think they could probably do both. Maybe they're all-in-one plumbers. They do all sorts of plumbing. There's a portal of Red Spire over here. It's interesting. Well, I guess it makes sense. There's a portal to one of the towns on that island in every location other than Sanamar, so I guess that's where that one is. Never really bothered to find the one in Sanamar, because this place is kind of big and kind of, difficult. Difficult to maneuver through and all that. So we found this guy's workshop, and he has actual, you know, somewhat difficult Viamontians in here. Yeah, and I don't think slashing is going to suffice anymore. I like it because it attacks 3 different enemies, but until we have 3 enemies against us, we might want to switch over to an element type weapon. Which I have this on acid, which is good against the Gear Knights. I don't like switching it all that often, but I suppose if we're going to be killing lots of Viamontians, we need to free a space in here. This is a problem with having very full bags. Okay. Then we need to use the device on that. Bring it back in here. device on this again. And then we needed lightning, major lightning stone, then black firestone. You know, I still haven't gotten the enhanced black firestone, I don't think. Right? Because this is just the black fire Atlan stone. I think there's a level above this still, so I could make this weapon even better. Which would be good, because I haven't been using it a lot for good reason, because it has somewhat fallen off. So if I could upgrade it again and bring it up to snuff with my other weapons, that would be a good situation. Man, they really like debuffing me, don't they? I don't know what we're in here for. I kind of forgot. He just asked me to go find this guy's workshop and, I don't know, wreak havoc or something. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the end of the dungeon, see if there's something to get. Because I didn't listen to his instructions at all. But when we come back with the exact thing he wants, we're going to tell him that we remembered the quest instructions. Because I feel like it would be a bit disrespectful if we came back and admitted we didn't remember anything that he said. Summoning chamber. This might be where we were supposed to be. Ow. Why is it that they're volning me for lightning and then hitting me with fire spells? It just is not very smart on their part. Okay, well, let's see if these guys dropped anything important. There's a ring. And other rings. Does this have a timer on it? Yes, it does. So I assume the ring is what we want, right? Go to the large room. Go left through Binding Realm portal. This? The Binding Realm? No. Summoning chamber. Well, we have their ring. Is this? Grant access to the summoning chamber. Okay, so we did need a ring. Which apparently we don't yet have. I probably should have read this thing. Each person in the party will need one. Wear it to enter the next portal to the summoning chamber. Oh, wear it. Right. Right. I don't need to just have it in my inventory. I need to actually wear it. That I am smart. I knew that. It's fine. Okay. Now we're here. And then we'll just run through here. Easy as cake. Oh, these guys. I do not like the elemental adepts. They cast a lot of elemental spells. Binding Realm. Right? Go left to Binding Realm portal. And bound for Ladakot. Okay. Let's complete a quest. Of course I must. Is it the same ring? Is that what the issue is here? It is, yeah. Why do they have that double protected? Like, I wouldn't even be able to get to that portal if I didn't have the ring in the first place. But you know what? I guess we're not going to ask questions. Hello, bound guy. How's it going? Speaks within your mind. You will serve, man thing. I had not looked to see another in here, and I can tell you're not one of the minions of the overreaching fool Dardante. Slay me, man thing, and release me from my torment. I'll grant you the knowledge you seek. Be warned, I shall fight back when you attack. The code of my people demands that I go to meet oblivion with blood on my hands, my head unbowed by submission. I see that. I get that. It's honorable. But you're probably undead. So my good old blood scorch is gonna make short work of you, I'm sure. Oh yeah. That is some good damage. You did not stand a chance, my good man. Okay. We got scribbling. Return Diane Bakir. Give the fragment to the guy. Okay. Easy enough. Oh yeah, and then we need the ring to actually enter the chapter house, which that'll be fun. Because I think you need to wear that one as well in order to actually gain access. Which means that one of my rings isn't going to be doing what I need it to do. I mean, this one, it gives me my cold protection and my acid ward. I need that. You know, those are both very important spells. So I could definitely stand to upgrade them. I am working with a bit of outdated gear. Man, did you change your haircut? Also, I'm pretty certain that the bright yellow hair and the nice little goatee you got going on doesn't strike me as discreet. You know, I'm just saying. What a grisly memento the Falaticot left behind. Still very curious, and it gives us an insight into Dardante's operations. A job well done. I feel confident in admitting you to the Whispering Blade. You can be trusted to see more of the translation. There are some parts that must still be reserved for our most senior members. On behalf of the Grand Master, I thank you. Okay, what does this say? The mortal meat puppet who calls himself Dardante has bound me in his crudely constructed half-realm longer than I can remember. Where did this callow hedge sorcerer learn the arts of summoning, manifestation, and binding? Also, I'm supposed to be going towards the... I think I'm supposed to be going... I'm going to continue reading after... Where am I going? What am I doing? I think tracking Grail is technically the next one. I need to be at the chapter house. Okay. Okay, I'm past it. Great. See, this is why I needed to learn where it was before I continued on. And we'll need this. Interesting. Not needed at all, but interesting. Has a lot of buffs. And we're in. Okay. Anyways, note. His methods are crude and graceless, like a hovel constructed of unshaped logs, but his work is strong enough to hold me against my will, and to subject me to his iniquities. I don't know why I had such a hard time processing that word for a second there. Subject me to the iniquities of physicality. He has been coached well, but his lessons are incomplete. He torments me with the basest techniques to compel knowledge from me. It is fortunate that he lacks the power of true command. Humiliating as my captivity has become, at least I have not had the final indignity of having my mind stripped against my will. As it is, I feed him worthless information while the pain, or when the pain becomes too great. All this I remember and record. All deeds will be accounted for in the turning of the wheel of all things. Dardante wants to know about Grail. He wants to know how Grail came about his power, and how one might find him. He has learned enough to become a danger to himself and to those around him. He has not learned enough to realize that he is dancing around the abyss. My laughter enrages him, and I have not yet seen fit to tell him why. I find his queries so amusing. How could he know how many lifetimes were wasted pursuing knowledge of the Black Spear, of the Kemeroi, I believe? I have fed him useless morsels that will only whet his hunger for Grail. I have led him to believe that a man-thing like him may achieve the same power as Grail without making the same dark bargain that Grail made. The man-thing has no idea what kind of catastrophic trouble he courts in his precocious inquiries. Neither I nor any of my kind will do anything to discourage him. Any of my brethren will be able to see the rich harvest of bleeding chaos that this Dardante sows. Man, this guy's great. Not the Dardante, I don't like him, but the Falaticot guy, I like how he's just making fun of the dude and feeding him tiny pieces of worthless information. It's kind of hilarious. So let's see. Who am I supposed to talk to? What did he say? I don't think they said anything. Okay, but I need to talk to Varlana. That's you. Felicitations. Is that another typo? It says you ooh. Maybe she's trying to sing something. I don't know. Maybe a doughty enough warrior. I don't even know what that means. I have like a general idea what that could mean, but my brain just does not have the exact definition there. It's an odd word. I'll tell you my needs plainly. I need help to track down Grail. Yes, a tall order, but not as tough as one might think. There are creatures that, or there are creatures we have had reports of who might be enough like Grail to help us track him down. It's a peculiar type of tracking magic, not well known outside of the Whispering Blade. If I had the heads of a Rushk Elder, particularly rarefied blood, and of a Mucker Scion. I don't know why I went Scion immediately. It's Scion, obviously. But that may be enough for me to start on his trial. Trail? Trail. It's hard to read because my screen is like tilted away from me. I'm trying to be in front of the mic, but also looking at the screen, and it's tilted in a weird way that makes words hard to read at that distance. Please, first go to the east coast of the Isle of Ruin in the Helatans. Helatians? Probably Helatians. Helatans. I don't know. All these words, once again, no voice acting. You can never really know how things are supposed to be pronounced. And bring me the head of the Rushk Elder called Harak, the White Spear. He is tough and crafty old fiend, and of surpassingly pure blood, so beware. The White Spear's cave can be found at these coordinates. Well, thank you. He keeps a brood of vicious penguins to guard him. I'm only afraid of uber penguins. Thank you very much. You know, no other breed of penguin is enough to scare me off. Although honestly, those uber penguins are quite terrifying, and I do not want to mess with them. Even now, I mean, my character's much stronger than they are at this point, and they still scare me. So let's see. We are needing to go. Let's just check. Okay, that looks like, yeah, Eastwatch is the, easiest town to get there. White Spear's Cave, right next to the Forgotten Chasm, which is a very dangerous dungeon. At least it was, like, 50 some odd levels ago when I last tried it. It's been some time, so it might be a lot easier now. Who's to say? I certainly can't. So yeah, we'll just go up there, kill whoever is... I don't know, what are we doing there? Run to the inside of some Uber Penguins. Oh no. It is the Uber Penguins. I, I was joking, thinking it was different kinds of penguins. What are these? What's good? Okay, fire is good against penguins. Even the mechanical type. Good to know. Not fun to have to deal with, though. But we have a pretty good fire weapon. So, the Thrungus hole. Now, this place, I have tried twice on this character to go into that dungeon. The first time was around when I was at the level requirement for it, which was like 130 something. And it is incredibly dangerous, especially at that level. I was getting almost one shot by everything, and they hit 3 times per attack. So, not fun. And so that didn't work out. I was like, I'll come back when I'm higher level. I came back just recently when I was above level 200. I was like, all right, we can do this. This will be easy. It's just some thrung guy. What kind of problems could I possibly have here against some mushroomy boys? It turns out lots of problems, and I didn't have much better luck this time at level 200 than I did at level 140 something. So it was not fun. It was a bad time, and I hated it. And yeah, the sad thing is that that quest is one of the only ways that I can rather reliably get golden Gromnies, because there's a 1 in 5 chance to get a golden Gromny in that dungeon when you complete it. And I can't do that because, you know, it's incredibly difficult. And I looked it up. I was like, man, why is this dungeon giving me such trouble? Like, I didn't expect it to actually be that tough. Can you please move forward like 2 steps? Just a couple steps. Just, you know, just a little bit. Thank you. There, now I can actually cleave both of you. Anyways, yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be that bad. And I still got pretty much wrecked whenever I went in there. So now I'm like, okay, 200 was not the ticket. Let's wait for 250, maybe 275 before we attempt that dungeon. Oh yeah, but I looked it up, as I think I was beginning to say before I got distracted by these guys not positioning themselves well. But yeah, so I looked it up and I was trying to figure out the secret as to what made this dungeon so dang difficult and why they made it so dangerous with such a low level restriction. And there was one sentence on the wiki page that explained the whole thing. It literally, all it said was, this is one of the most dangerous places in Dareth. And I'm like, okay, that sums it up pretty well. I still don't know why they made it so dangerous, but literally all that I needed to be told was, this place is pretty much more dangerous than Graveyard, the Gear Knight area, and frickin' the Hoshino Castle all rolled into one. And it's because of these dang Thrungus. So I'm not going back there for a little bit. As I said, 250, maybe 275. That'll be the ticket. But I might not be able to get that I might not be able to get the golden Gromnies to get my mansion until that point, which will be very sad. Because, you know, I want my mansion. Hey, am I supposed to bring you the head? Nice. What a magnificent brute. Almost a pity he had to die. He was the last of his proud bloodline, you know? Yes, this will help with my tracking methods. Now, if you'd be so kind, please... Oh, my buffs are running out. Oh, I already have my thing on. Nice. Well, we're gonna need a rebuff. That is unfortunate. Now, if you'd be so kind, please journey to Vizsla Island and seek out the Altar of Grail. Near the altar at this is the nest of a powerful Mukair, who I think would help me with second part of tracking technique. Bring me the head of Vargul the Scion from the altar nest. Okay. I've got to finish rebuffing. One moment. But I upgraded my mana and my mana conversion. So now sometimes, on, you know, a good number of occasions, I can actually fully buff without my mana running out, which is quite nice. But this is obviously not one of those occasions. But, I mean, the mana ran out at the end, but it's really only iffy for that last spell, which is nice. So, Vizsla Island. Is that... Where the heck is Vizsla? That's from Dark Isle, right? Yeah. So we go Dark Isle to Vizsla to there. Okay. Easy enough. My Lifestone's at Dark Isle, so we can get there real quick. But you see, this is why I need the Lifestone Sending spell. So instead of doing this and wasting half of my 10 remaining mana, then I can, you know, just do the teleport. And probably take all of my 10 remaining mana. But that's only if I have 10 mana. If I have full mana, that's taking 200 mana to Lifestone. And then if I have to, you know, if I have to actually buff up after that, I'm going to not have enough mana to do that. And that would be unfortunate. So that's what we want to avoid. Alright, we can put our actual ring back on for the time being. We're probably going to need it. I mean, Vizsla, it isn't the highest level area, but certainly no pushover. Oh, great, and of course it spawns us at the opposite side of the island. Man, different colored Remoran. That's kind of cool. Because I'm used to only seeing the Remoran on Dark Isle and nowhere else. If only these guys could drop Dark Isle trophies. So they look much easier. Although I think they do drop trophies, just not Dark Isle trophies. Because I remember, like, the gold Remoran wing, I think it was, is a trophy for something. Or maybe it was a outdated trophy that they replaced at a certain point. I don't quite remember. All I know is that one of the main things that I do here, pretty much the only thing I've ever done on Visital, was go down to the Temple of Zeekminru and, you know, get the dye pots from that quest to dye the ancient armor, which by the time you reach this island, and especially by the time you can do that boss fight in there, you have far outleveled ancient armor. So I don't know why they made it to so you have to get to this level and this, you know, amount of strength in order just to dye your armor that is way under leveled for you. I mean, sure, I'm still using an ancient armor helm, but I'm replacing it right now, you know, like I'm working on getting the relic armor to replace it. So it'd be kind of a weird time to try to get the dye to to dye the armor that I'm actively replacing. So I don't know. That's always seemed weird. I would think you'd have it around level 100 when you'd be using the ancient armor most. But who knows? Yeah, level 100 requirement. Long run all the way out here. Once again, why they gotta put it on the opposite end of the island from where you spawn? Like this isn't a small island either. That's a pretty long distance. Hmm. I mean, all these, there's so many groups of enemies out here. And I have killed, like, none of them in my entire life. I don't, as I said, I only come here for the die quest. And obviously for this quest I'm doing now. But generally, I have never gone here to do anything. I don't even know really what the main, like, purpose of the island is. I think maybe it was more useful back, like, multiple updates ago. Because as I said, there are Visital Island trophies. So maybe those were important at a certain point, and I've only ever really gotten to this point in the later updates, so I don't remember it quite so well. Who knows? That is a lot of moss words. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty good at killing moss words, but still. Oh, I should have gotten my mucker slaying spear. I mean, it's not all that good, but still, I should have gotten it. All right. So let's hope this place is just linear, because I'm not looking at a map for it. We're just gonna kind of run in here. So let's see if you guys are gonna annihilate us, and if we can annihilate you. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty conclusive. Annihilation completed. So I suppose let's just move along. Is this it? I guess this is it. Wow. Ow, my guy. That's very rude of you. Did he just dispel my Blackmore's favor? How dare you, good sir? I need that for things and stuff. What the heck? Okay. Uh, so we've killed that guy. Then I guess we go back to the chapter house? Yeah. Okay. Head back home. I gotta put that dang ring back on and then remember to take it off again at a certain point. It's good that we put it back on because those guys were volning me for acid. And if I didn't have my major acid ward, it might have been, or epic acid ward, that might have not gone well. But you see, game, rings are important. You can't have me constantly replacing my ring. Kind of need that. But hopefully someday soon I will have enough, both the resources and skill to get Augmented Understanding 3 onto an actual trinket. And then life will be a lot easier because then I won't need to be stuck with just a Path Warden trinket for the rest of my life. Here's your head. Truly a fearsome head. This will serve, yes. I commend you for your excellent work and for your courage. Now the rewards I promised. Practical training, as well as an orb that you may use to recall to the chapter house. You've also earned the right to a silveren weapon from our most closely guarded stores. Please pick a token representing your weapon of choice from the table behind me. Sure thing, buddy. We need the great sword one. Wherever that might be. I don't see it. Think it's a sword token? Probably not. I'm pretty sure it's a two-handed great sword. But great sword does not seem to be on the table here. Quartermaster man, do you have a thing? Two-handed sword. Okay, I guess I can't get any from this because it requires tokens. Is it just any of these tokens? Because I'm assuming sword might work for both the sword token and the... Do I get it from you? I don't know. Yeah, no, I think this is if you turn in your weapon, you want a different one. What did she tell me to... You just pick it up. Do I give it to her? Here you go. Nope. What do I do with it? Oh. Turn to the Chamberlain. Who's the Chamberlain? Will they literally have Chamberlain on their name, or is it... I don't know. We're just gonna run around, see if we can't find an individual that will take this. Ooh. They have a portal network in here? Man. This place is great. I've never really been here very much. I mean, I've had characters that had access to this place, but never really made much use of it. Get the guy's picture at the end of the shooting range. That's nice. Very classy. Ooh, there's a chest in this room. Does it have loot in it? No. I don't see why I expected it to. Alright, well that looks like that's all to see here. Might you be the Chamberlain? Mr. Hassim? Hassim? It's just another quest guy. It's probably not the quartermaster, is it? Just hand that to him? No, that's selling it. We probably don't want to be selling things like that. Are you the Chamberlain? No. You're a fletching person. Man, this place has everything. Fletching items. What about you? The Thrifty? You're a shopkeeper? How have I never talked to any of these people before? You even sell potions. That's some good stuff. Oh, you can get the Minor and moderate item tinkering armatures. Very nice. What about you? No, you're just the Archmage. Okay. Well, maybe you're the Chamberlain. Right? I welcome you. Yes, okay. Um, let me just check. Oh, you may now select a single token. Any token will be fine, as this guy will exchange it for a Whispering Blade token. Oh, okay. So that just gives us the token, which we then buy from this guy. That makes sense as to why there was no two-handed ingot. Okay, well, I have my two-handed ingot. What do I do with this now? What do I just... Oh, it just summons it. Nice. I usually when you have an ingot, you need someone to forge it. It doesn't just you don't just like press a button on it, it just pops out a sword, but you know, whatever floats your boat, I guess. So now we have this thing. It's, not amazing, but I have it. That's what matters. It does have, crushing blow, biting strikes, resistance cleaving, slashing, which is quite good. Although this thing has, biting strike, resistance cleaving, and can hit 3 enemies. So, and this has level 8 spells, whereas this one only is level 7. So I don't know when I would use this rather than this, but it's still nice to have it. It's just one of those things. So let's see. That was the last of those quests. So now we have a couple other quests to do. First of all, Lunim's Return. Officially, you should have completed Lunim's Pyre and subsequently Lunim's Disappearance quest to finish this quest. However, it is possible to complete this quest without doing either of those, and only starting with the blue face paint recipe. When repeating this quest, you do not need to repeat the recipe. Okay. Alright, well, if we officially do not need to do those other quests, I'm probably not gonna do them. Because, I mean, that sounds a bit, more work than necessary. So we need to go to Fian Outpost, speak with Lael. Lael? Lael. Ladle. We need to talk to the Ladle, and they'll give us a quest. Then we'll need to go to Numadira's mansion, which is just fun. Definitely one of my favorite locations in the game. Although I seem to remember it's kind of a long run to get there. But who knows? Let's see. Where might this Theon be? We need ladle. Where's the ladle? Oh, they're right next to the starting place. Okay. Felicitations. Yeah, please assist me in finding the blue face paint recipe. Search around Numadira's mansion. Okay. How does it say I get there? Divana. Where the heck is Divana? Oh, Lytlethorpe. Okay. Or Littlethorpe? I still have no idea if it's supposed to be Lytel as in Lytle or Little. I always just say Lytle because that's how I've always pronounced it before realizing there was multiple ways that it could possibly be pronounced. And I assume that this Divana place will be in the settlement portals. And then we'll go to the basement and get this recipe, which I seem to remember. I have done this quest before. I seem to remember that it was quite confusing, that area. So we'll see if that goes well. Probably not, if I'm being completely honest. We're looking for Divana. There it is. And then we just run there. Pretty short run. Every other time I've done this, I must have not used that shortcut for some reason. Still weird that they made Iron Golems level 160. I do not approve. Because they still spawn in these lower level areas, but they're 160 now. It's like, that is easily going to get people killed. I mean, look, there's level 60 Tumaroks over here, level 30, level 50, and then there's a 160 over there. Like, that is over double the level of the highest level other enemy I've seen in the area. That is just not okay. If you're going to update something's level, you better also update their spawning locations. That's all I have to say about that. Alright, so now we need to go to the basement, which I think is pretty close to this back door here. Yeah, you just go in here, go through the buggy downstairs area. Go through the little dungeon, which is, you know, only slightly concerning. Okay, into the dungeon. From the drop, head northwest and use the bookcase portal. Northwest. We're just gonna... Oh, it says it on the map here. That makes it much less easy to get lost. It just says it right on the map. Bookcase. Very nice. Very helpful. And then... Wow. I'm probably going to accidentally break these storage crates at some point, aren't I? Alright, you guys need to stop. The crate explodes. Oh, that's not good. Am I supposed to be exploding all the storage crates? Is that normal? Guys, can you stop casting spells and just get next to each other? You know, just line up for the picture, please. Please, can you just line up? Every time I try to go to one, the other one casts a spell. Okay, there we go. The struggles of trying to kill things satisfyingly with a two-handed weapon. Because they always just want to cast spells and nothing else. Begin killing storage crates until you find a blue face paint recipe which will appear on the floor. Okay, so we do have to kill the storage crates. And by the sound of it, I think it's a random. Or else they would have just told us, hey, look, a recipe. Okay, was that it? Once you have the recipe, return to the Fiend Outpost and hand the recipe to Ladle. Okay. Easy enough. I mean, that was a really tough dungeon. I definitely think that quest was one of the harder ones I've ever done in this game. I love the part where the boxes exploded, which seems rather concerning. Why are you keeping a recipe on a piece of paper in an explosive crate? I don't know, maybe they never want the secret for their face paint to get out. And so they put it in a self-destructing crate, so if anyone tries to access it, it'll just blow up the recipe. But it evidently didn't work, because they made the paper too strong. This isn't enough to directly tie Numadira to the theft of Lunum, but I may be able to use this to scry for places this note has been. Okay, so they're doing their scrying. We need to go to the temple entrance. Dagger Vale from Arwick. Okay. Scry saw a strong connection to the place located in the eastern end of the Osteth mountain range. Travel to these coordinates and seek out what is there. Okay. Sure thing, buddy. Let's see. Arwick would be Alluvian. Then Dagger Vale would be from Arwick. I believe. And then we just head to the location. Okay. So yeah, settlement portals are right down this direction. You have to go to the Arwick settlement portals for a lot of different quests. But they're also kind of far away, like comparatively to other settlement portals. They're pretty distant from the town. And usually they have quite a few higher level enemies around them, which makes it hard to go here when you're a low level character. See, you got what level 60 Drudge Lurkers? 40. Okay, I was close. Still, level 40 is a bit high for someone who's gonna be just going through here as a low level person. There's Farclaw, there's Yotzfang, and Daggervale. All very important places. I don't remember why exactly. Okay, and what? I think we're killing. Yeah, we're killing an undead. So, Great Blood Scorch. That will be the way to go. And we need to go to the temple entrance, which is behind us. So we kill the guy, get the key, follow the map. How complicated is this map? Let's see. Not that complicated, it would seem. You just go into the big room, go left, then it's linear all the way through. Then you need to get some keys to flip some levers to go and kill a dude. Okay. Easy as that. Hmm. It does make me nervous when it has all these lever and key mechanics because if you end up having those doors close on you and nobody's left outside to reopen the doors, you just need to restart the dungeon. Hmm. Hmm. Well, we'll see. Because there is some shenanigans going on. Lever 2, lever 3. Hmm. That was my stop. I was too busy looking at the map trying to decipher the levers and doors and other such shenanigans that didn't even realize that I'd missed the portal by a little bit. Luckily, I wasn't like 5 clicks away in the other direction, because that has happened to me, where I'm too busy looking at something else, and then I look up from whatever I'm doing, and it's like, oh, we passed that portal like 2 minutes ago. Okay. It's very sad. Yeah, that's cool. This dungeon has a bunch of unlit torches. You don't always see that. Usually, these places that are filled with nothing but Sclavis enemies have a bunch of like lit torches, and you have to sit there and wonder, man, who lit all these? Kind of like this with the lit candles. Like, who lit that candle? I don't know. It wasn't me. And who keeps buying new candles for this place? Like, candles don't last that long, they'll burn out pretty quickly. It's like, who the heck's out here buying candles for this Sclavis dungeon? If they're the ones buying them, where do they get the money for it? Like, they're trapped in this dungeon guarding something for all eternity. Like, I don't think that that's a very profitable position. Okay, so we got this guy. This is the guy we need to kill for a key. Man, B's got some health. And these guys have some spells. But I have plenty of AoEs, so that is a plus. And this guy's also bugged, so that is also a plus. I don't think I have to be dealing with his... No, he still casts a spell at me somehow. I don't know how that works, but... You know, it's fine. He may have a lot of health, but we're getting like 500 damage crits on him. Can you Sclavis guys like run out of arrows at some point and come over here? Okay, that's it. We're going over to you guys. You guys have been a nuisance long enough. So my plan here is to basically get both keys and hope that I can just open everything up fast enough that it doesn't matter that we're just one person. Because it looks like you have door 1, 2, and 3, and in the first room you have lever 1, and in the second room you have lever 2 and 3. So I assume I could not even pick up this guy's key and still do it. Because it looks like this side passage here brings me to the other place with the other key, and I really just need the room with levers 2 and 3 because that'll get me into the center room, right? I'm still going to pick up this guy's key anyways, but unless that incurs a timer. That would suck. Let me, while we're sitting here whacking this dude, hopefully not dying. Okay. Maybe we need this guy's key in order to get to the other room. Because this door, right, cannot be activated from there, so yeah. Because on the map, it doesn't even show these doors or if they're locked or not. So it only shows this door. So yeah, we'll need to kill this guy, go through that door, do the thing you need to do in there, then go over to the other wing, kill another one of this guy, get his key, and then that'll let you through to the end. I think. Yeah, this guy can't really hurt me, but he's just got so much health. Why does he have so much health? This is a two-handed fire undead slaying weapon, and he's still just shrugging off 500 damage crits. It's very rude of him. Yeah, so this door can't be activated, so we need to key through here. Go into lever. That should have opened this, which will get us into here. And that'll open that. Hey, big dummy face. I'm gonna drag him into here. It's my brilliant plan. Because it was saying, if you don't have somebody on the outside, or somebody still left inside this room to reopen the door, you can get stuck in there. But if I'm in this room with him, then I can't be trapped. Because he's in the same room as the lever to open that door. So, I'm a genius, I think. And now I just need to kill this guy, which is going to take some time. Let me make it so my view isn't completely obstructed by that door. So many crits. This is such a good weapon. Its crit chance is kind of insane sometimes. I mean, look, 3 crits in a row. That's just good. Additionally, speaking of crits, I have been watching quite closely, and the crit prevention augment that I got is indeed making itself worthwhile. Because I earlier saw a situation where it said 3 times in a row that an attack would have been a crit, but it stopped it. So, I mean, that's really lucky. That's 25% chances. First of all, you needed 3 attacks in a row to be crits in the first place, which is a pretty low chance. Then you needed to have a 25% on each of those crits to negate them to happen on all 3 of them. And that's how you get all 3 being like that, which is kind of an insanely low chance. So, quite cool that that happened that way. But certainly, it is proving to be a very useful augmentation. And who knows, maybe it saved my life a few times already. Maybe it's gotten rid of a spell that would have one-shot me at some point. I'm not sure. It's impossible to tell because I didn't get hit by the spells that would have killed me. So if I don't get hit by them, how am I supposed to know that they would have killed me? Also, I'm just hoping that, yeah, I just need to heal. I was gonna say I'm hoping that I just get a healing, a regen surge, but it wasn't happening. It never happens when I want it to happen. Can this door close, please? Like, enemies just keep streaming in. And I'm not a fan. Especially if this undead guy respawns. So actually, I think I want to be in here. Because if this door closes on me, that's actually a good thing, I believe. Because this passageway had the lever for door 2 and door 3. Which means that this door will close, but that door will open. But this door needs to close first. Oh gosh, I have made a mistake. Door, please close. Please close. Is this door still open? No, it's not. Yep, we made a mistake. Because the issue is, if I'd pulled that lever, that activates this door and this door. Meaning this door would close, this door would open. And that's a problem. That is a big problem. Because that would mean that I'd be stuck on the other side of this door and not able to get through. Unless this door's open. Nope. So basically, what this is telling me is that I need to wait for this door to close. So it was a mistake to try to open this door first, because that made it so that it would close before this door closes, and that's a problem. Why does this have such a long timer to close? Alright, so we don't want to mess with the other guy again. We don't need his key. We just need this guy's key. So we're going to wait in here for him to respawn, and that door finally closes. Okay. So we need to wait for this guy to respawn, take his key, go through this door, flip the lever, which will open both of these doors now because they're both closed, and that should be fine. Maybe. If I've read, the whole thing correctly. Because down in that area, there was only one lever. And yet the map says lever 2 and lever 3. So it activates both doors. So yeah, that's a problem. We've got some enemies respawning. But we're gonna need to kill the entire undead dude again, which he has a good amount of health. But that's fine. We don't mind killing undead dudes with a lot of health. Oh yeah, so I never even really mentioned what we're doing here. So this quest, it's a fun quest. It gets us the, I don't know, I think it's called the Black Skull of Zekma, which is fun. And basically, what that does is it turns any loot generated weapon into an undead slayer loot generated weapon, which is nice because then I can have a undead slayer wand, or not wand, weapon, probably fire weapon. Even though this thing is already undead slayer, but I'm pretty certain I can find, at least in the late game, I could find a better weapon than this. Because I mean, it may have biting strike, but if I could rend a weapon that might be better than the resistance cleaving, then I can put my own undead slayer on it. It could have better buffs than this. It could have better attack skill and melee defense modifiers, better damage, all those good things. So, if you're trying to kind of min-max it and get the best undead slayer weapon you can get, you'll need to get this skull at some point and get the a really good fire loot generated weapon, which I'm still not at the areas that can drop the top tier of loot. So we will see how that goes. I think the best loot I have access to right now are from legendary chests, which I don't know if legendary chests are top tier or if they're a little bit below top tier, but I know that enemies in places like Hoshino Fortress and stuff, maybe Moyer Castle, they drop very, very, very high tier loot. I'm just not to that point yet. Although I might be able to kill things in Moyer Castle. But maybe I want to wait until I get Skeleton Slayer before that. Because that'll be really nice. If I can get Skeleton Slayer on a good bludge weapon, I will be doing some good damage at that point. And Graveyard will no longer be much of an issue. But we just need to wait. This guy's gonna respawn, right? I mean, his other undead buddy is right there. He respawned. So I assume... There he is. Felicitations, Malfactor. I need to kill you again and take your key. No hard feelings. I mean, there are some hard feelings on my side towards you because you're making me kill you again with your, really fast closing doors. I don't appreciate that decision in your interior design, Mr. Undead Man. But, it's fine. Because your interior design will just make me kill you again. So really, it's a punishment for you, not me. And the fight does take a little while, but this is a very good undead slaying weapon. So it's about as fast as one can expect it to be. We had Surge of Regen a minute ago, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to recast itself. Which is unfortunate, because I wanted another regen, so I didn't have to heal, This guy's not worth using all my healing kits on. What level is he anyway? 161? Interesting. There are a surprising number of enemies that are level 161, which is a very specific level. I don't know why they do that, because I'm pretty sure there was an update at some point that was supposed to normalize all the levels, kind of round them to a 10 or 5 number. There's Surge Regen. Thank you very much. That should, in theory, eliminate the need to heal, but this guy is kind of spamming spells faster than normal. Luckily, none of his spells are particularly devastating. There goes my Surge of Regen. Very sad. You see, this is why I need to not only get level 5 Aetheria, and 3 of them, but also why I need to get the Luminance, so I can get that Luminance augmentation that increases the chance of my Aetheria auras going off. Or surges. It's a Luminance aura, is the augmentation name. But yes, very important, because I want my Surge of Regen to be on pretty much 24/7. Because then, you know, only in very specific situations would I actually need to manually heal myself. And that's what we all want in life, right? To just never have to heal ourselves. Alright, well, we've dealt with the mini bosses like 3 times now. We go in here, we pull the lever, Kronk. That should open both this door and this door. There we go. And now we're to the main boss, which is also undead, so shouldn't be an issue, right? I seem to remember on my mage, the suggestion was that you want to jump into one of these alcoves and fire down at her. Who was that? That was you. Why are you giving me a hard time, my guy? What have I ever done to you? Yeah, as a melee character, hiding in one of these hidey holes is not going to be a valid strategy. Can you aggro? Thank you. I want to get rid of all the snake people, the sneeple, as it were, before aggroing the boss. Oh, you think that door's locked? It's not. Maybe I can pull her through there and fight her on the other side? Mayhaps. Just so we don't have any, you know, peanut gallery enemies getting in our way while we're trying to kill the boss, which is probably going to be quite a difficult boss, I would assume. But who knows? Hey, boss. Come right this way, please. Yeah, right in here. Just through that door. Thank you. Now I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move. Dang it. I wanted to get her on the other side of this wall here to see if I can attack her melee through the wall. Dang it. Okay. Never mind. I think that's too thick of a wall anyways. But if I could have hit her through that wall, then that would mean that any of her war spells would be, you know, not applicable, which is quite nice. But who knows? I do think it's too thick. Maybe on the other side of this wall or on the other side of the door would have actually probably been better. So let's try to do that. Hey, lady, come out here. Just stay right there. That didn't help. Oh, she can open doors. Okay, never mind. But I could get her on the other side of this wall. We'll wait until she tries to cast another spell, then we'll quickly sprint around to that side. Hopefully, she'll try to melee attack me through the wall here. Yes, okay. If I can attack her through this wall, then none of her war spells can reach me. And it's just a melee damage versus melee damage plus debuffs fight. Speaking of debuffs, try to get a debuff on her here. That was fast. No, we're not doing slashing. I don't know why. The slashing is just like my default. Oh. 1144 crit damage. which is very fitting. Okay, story time while we wail on this poor undead person for 1,000 crit damage per crit. Um, Back in the day, I played Minecraft, and this was like 8 years ago. It was a long time. So I was playing me some Minecraft, and I was having a good time. And I like wrote down the coordinates for the location of the stronghold, I think it was. And so I had these coordinates, and one of the coordinates was 1144. I don't remember if it was X or Y, but that doesn't matter. Uh, so this number 1144 was it stood out to me for some reason, and it kind of got stuck in my head. And then anytime I saw that number from there on out, it was like the number was haunting me. Like I would notice it everywhere I go. Anytime that number would come up, my brain would point it out and be like, "It's that number." You know, sometimes it would be on the clock with, you know, your 11:44 a.m. or p.m. Any little mention of that number. And then at a certain point I decided to embrace the number, and at this point it is the I have used the number as the year that the main character in, you know, the Avara series was born. So Avara herself, born in the year 1144 in her world, not in this world, because that'd be very early on in not Earth history, because Earth is a lot older, but human history. The year 1144 is pretty early, and pretty dang early in the medieval period too. So you wouldn't have things like, you know, very sophisticated crossbows or armor or halberds and stuff, because that's more late medieval. Probably 1300s to 1400s. But yes, 1144, as you can see here, still haunts me, but I've finally embraced it. Also, I'm doing a ton of damage with the Gossamer Flesh on her, which is quite nice. Also, another weird thing about Asheron's Call is that crit damage. In most games, as far as I've seen, crit damage is basically just like calculated based on the damage of the attack times a certain critical modifier. So like it'll take the attack damage and double it or something. I think that's how they do it in WoW. But here, it takes not the exact, you know, varied amount of damage you do, because you see in my regular attacks, I do a variable amount of damage each hit. Like there, 465 to 272. There's a big range of damage I do. But when it comes to crits, it only ever does the highest of the attack damage variables, which is interesting because you don't always see that as part of the crit calculation. So my crits are always the exact same amount of damage no matter what, because it doesn't actually take into account that attack's specific varied amount of damage. So quite interesting. I think it does make sense though, because if you were to get a critical strike, why would it do less damage than the maximum amount of damage? Because the crit is supposed to hit like a critical area. Such as in WoW, sometimes you'll have weapons with such a high variance that if you crit with the low end of the variance, it'll do less damage than a hit at the high end of the variance. And that's like, how does that make sense? Why would you do less damage on a crit at any point than just a regular hit? It just don't make sense, you know? But certainly kind of interesting. And it's something to talk about while sitting here wailing on the boss for a good, 10 minutes. Getting that Gossamer Flesh definitely help things. Ooh, that's a lot of keys. Is that a special necklace? No. Okay, ritual chest key. I assume I just need one. And is this the ritual chest? It would seem so. Grab all the unique looking items and a stamina tonic for my trouble. Drink. Okay. Yeah, and then we get the Black Skull of Zikma, which gives you Undead Slayer. Very, very nice. You get a crown, which I don't know, doesn't seem all that important. Is it? I don't think so. Seems pretty eh. So yeah, not gonna mess with that. But good mana. So we're gonna throw that in this bag? Yes. Smash it for mana, because I don't think we need it for anything. There we go. We just need this thing to complete the quest, technically. And then I think we go back to Fian Outposts and give that to the person to receive the XP. Well, we could have turned in the Fian Crown for XP, but it's not very much at all. No. But yeah, if I ever do this again, I guess I'll turn it in for XP, but that is not a very prodigious amount of XP at all, so the mana is almost more useful. But I guess I could pick up mana anyway. Also, we did that entire dungeon with our ring not being the correct one. See, that's why I don't like that. Well, I don't like them making you switch your rings around. There we go. A little bit of XP. Not much. Not much at all. But it's an amount, so. And we got our skull, which is exactly what we were wanting to get. We'll just throw that into storage somewhere over here by the deed, I guess. And call that good. Nice. Alright, what else do we want to do? Right, Blurg's Gratitude. Because we want to get that good Lifestone Sending buff, which will be very nice. How do we do this? We need to go to these coordinates near Shaoxi. Which this is a pretty low level quest, at least most of it is. So we're doing it for the spell, but we're probably not going to be challenged very much by it. It's going to be a pretty easy errand. Okay, so it's up there. It's pretty close by. You know, for a low level character, that'd probably be a decent amount of distance to travel, but for us with our very high run speed, we can just zip over there in just a couple minutes. Which I could get more run speed. You know, you can always have more. Oh, what was I trying to get? I think endurance? Yeah, I was trying to up my endurance to infinity. Just like that. Very nice. And that's because I want to get my health as high as possible, so I can avoid getting one shot by everything and anything. So I guess next I would start investing directly into health. Let's just do that. 330 health. Not bad. Not good, but not bad. Is this a drudge camp? I think it is. Oh, you survived. Aren't you a lucky ducky? One of you drops the keys. I don't know why you'd have 5 different keys on one drudge for the same chest. And we get your spear. Thank you very much. I shall be taking this and leaving. Now, where do we go with this? Okay. Now we need to enter the Banderling Hovel at these coordinates. Apparently it's also near Xiaoxi. So maybe we shouldn't have teleported away. Maybe it was close enough I could just run straight from there. but who knows? I assumed I might have needed to turn in the spear or something, but nope. I just need to collect them all. It's 150. Yeah, so that was close enough. I could just run to it. So we'll learn for next time. Maybe the next objective is close enough I can run from here. Nope, the next one's near Yanchi. You have to kill Burin. Interesting. That definitely leveled up pretty quickly. Because I think those things are level 40 or something. Alright, Vanderling Hovel. Not too bad. Seems pretty linear. Let's just blitz through here and grab whatever we're here to grab. Interesting. What are we here? Why does it say destroy? Destroy what? Is it in here? I don't think so. Unless it's the ceremonial tankard. But I kind of, for some reason, doubt that. Oh, destroyed Shaoshi. Why? Is there a destroyed Shaoshi? I don't think there is. Oh, it's a portal. It's a destroyed portal to the town. Okay. Why is the portal in here destroyed? That is so weird. Because, you know, usually portals at the end of dungeons don't get destroyed. That would be a bit odd. Is this not locked? It's not, but it also doesn't have the item we need. Okay, what does it say? Hug the right wall and receive the hand of Vigrit from a pedestal. Okay. So evidently we didn't need to go to the end of the dungeon. We needed to hug the right wall. Which I guess we just need we need to backtrack and make sure we've hugged the wall sufficiently. Okay, so this is where we spawned, I think. Just hug right wall. Then it's on a pedestal somewhere. So I guess that means we go down here. Because that's, you know, the only way to hug the right wall is to jump into the pit. Oh, is that it? No, it's a pedestal. It is. Thank you. None of these are actual weapons, though, it would seem. Okay, now we go to Yanchi, so we can teleport out of here. Mossy Cave near Yanchi at these coordinates, so let's copy those, bring those over here, and go to Yanchi. Yanchi, there it is. Then we go to those coordinates, which should take us to the Mousy Cave. Very nice. Oh yeah, Yanchi's destroyed. I was gonna say, I remember on Dekaru Tide going to Yanchi and running all around this swamp area to try to find swamp Gromny hides so that I can get my Gromny armor, because that's like one of the better sets of armor in the early game for just pure protection, and that you can get easy, you know, very easily. There are other pieces of armor, of course, that would probably be better, but you can't exactly get it in bulk or very accessibly, because most of the time those are probably like loot generated items. Drudge house, huh? That doesn't sound pleasant. Just got a few skulkers. That's nice. Well, poor whoever's house that is. They got drudge squatters in their house. Alright, here's the cave. We kill the burren scamps for the key. Uh, the ones that drop the keys can be found at the midpoint of the dungeon. When you hit the third square room. Huh. Rectangular room with 2 exits. Yeah, I don't know what the heck it's trying to say. But let's just go down, I guess. Usually down is a good option. And we'll just wing it. If we can't find our way through, we're gonna look at the map and see what it has for us. Is this midway through the dungeon? Do you guys have a key? Give me the key. No keys. Okay. We were not midway through the dungeon, evidently. Oh, big rectangle room with 2 exits. That's what the wiki was saying something about. Maybe it was saying that the key is in this very room. Nope. Maybe it's up at the top of the ramp. It is the difficulty of having a key that enemies drop. Because then you need to find like the exact enemy. And if they're not named something different, it's like, how do you know? How are you going to know which enemy it is specifically that drops that item? I certainly don't know. It's the same issue with like the soldier pincer and the warrior pincer, I think it is. Because sometimes the place that, or the enemy that drops the pincer isn't exactly in the correct area. So this is where we need to be for the chest, it would seem. But we don't have the key to the chest, and none of them dropped it. So we're going to assume that if we backtrack a bit, we can find the key and then find our way back there using the little map. Do you guys have the key? Just hiding in the corner here? Nope. We'll just kill everybody. You know, we're an equal opportunity bloodshedder. So, you know what? We'll let everyone have some death. It's very good for them, I'm sure. Oh, is this the room? This might be the room. Because I never went in this room because it's kind of off the main path. Oh, that's a burn hide. I don't need that right now, I don't think. There's a key. Okay. Well, goodbye. Then I think we just need to not get stuck on things and go back to that chest. I hope it's not like one side has the real chest and the other side has a fake chest or something. Okay, we got the necklace. I assume this is what we want. Yeah, we need the necklace of Ligrag. I don't know how to pronounce these mosswort names. Next, you need to go to the Dark Mosswort Hall near Crest. Crest? Let's grab those coordinates. Put them into this thing. A lot of running around. But, you know, it's fine. It's probably going to be worth it. Gotta get that spell. Although, honestly, we probably already have it. Because I only needed to complete 3 of the locations, I think. So let's actually go turn these in. And let's see. Oh, that okay. That is unfortunate. Hmm. All right. Well, this does open up the possibility of me doing it in the future, but there is a portion of the quest that I remember I got stuck on last time as well, and I think I'll be stuck on it this time for a while as well. Because last time, let's see, where is this guy? I think he's in Yanchi. Last time, when I did this quest trying to get the Lifestone Sending thing, I ran into the problem that you need a mansion item in order to learn the spells. They don't come just from this quest. But having done this quest, once I do get that mansion item, I will be able to get the, I will be able to get the stuff straight from there. Also, we get the thanking stones, which I can give to, I can give this to the not Coliseum, the casino owners, and have a chance of getting something. I think I don't know what it is exactly, but we're gonna go and see. Yeah, it says for a chance at prizes, including rare first generation pack dolls. Wow. I mean, I do need some new decorations for my house. So if they're good pack dolls, then that'll be quite nice. If they're just more pack drudges, I am going to be upset. You better not give me pack drudges, Mr. Artashid. Here's one. An Iron P. Okay. It did just say the prize pool included the pack dolls. Gem of Cleansing, not that good. And Gem of Cleansing, okay. Well, at least it wasn't pack drudges, but these are equally useless for me. They're literally just a little bit of Pyreal. I don't think I need any of these either. They don't have much in the way of, mana, but we might as well smash them. We do need some more mana for our mana stones here. Because, like, with this many mana stones, you can just kind of fill them all and forget about it for a while, but I have forgotten about it for a while, and now I'm coming back to it and need to fill them all up again. Like these, I don't think I need these. Nor do I need this chest piece right here. There we go. I think that's all of them full. It's hard to tell because it's just a little blue outline. It can be pretty easy to not see that. All right. Well, that was a lot. Do we need this? We can just throw this in here. I think these are all full anyways, but we'll just keep that there to be disenchanted whenever. Oh, we need to turn this trinket in as well. And put this back in here with the rest of our currencies. So that was pretty much all the quests that I had planned. Except I guess we can try to get the carved mosswort statue. Yeah, it can only be hooked on a mansion, is what it claims. But I'm sure we could probably get it. Maybe. We'll see. So we need to complete Blurg's Gratitude in order to actually use it. But we already have completed the amount of that quest we need to. You may also learn the spell from Professor of Item Magic in Auric. Did I? Yeah, I don't already have it. I could skip that and just go to the Professor and get all level 3 spells to get the spell. I would say I've earned it. And I don't think that'll be all that expensive. Although item spells, there are quite a few item spells, so it might be a little expensive, even just for level 3s. But that would give me all the portal magic if I am missing any, which I don't think I am. But we'll go and try that. Because if it can only be put into a mansion, then that's a problem. Because I do not yet have my mansion. And I may not for some time. You tell level 3. A D note, sure. Getting all sorts of good stuff. And there's Lifestone Sending, exactly what we wanted. Okay, so now this will actually send us to the, not the one that we're linked to, but the one that we've used. So that'll send us to Dark Isle, essentially. Also takes a gold scarab. Why does it take a gold scarab and an extra taper? That's a bit weird. But that's fine. Quite useful. And I could have just gotten that straight from the Professor of Magic, but I didn't for some reason. I don't need this anymore. Where's the town crier? Here you are. I don't know how I missed you. I walked right past you. Okay. I probably also don't need this because I already read that. And this I can disenchant at some point because I don't need it either. I don't think I need the Jester's tokens because I'm not going to be doing the playing cards thing just yet. Or I don't even know when or if I'm going to do that. I don't need this coat because this was the one that I decided I wasn't going to be transmogrifying with. It doesn't have very much mana, but it's very heavy, so we'll just give that to you because I don't care. We're just clearing out inventory space. And we need this because I wanted to use this as my red Aetheria for when I hit 225. Also, I didn't turn this in. What did I even do? Did I like zone out and not like walked into the casino but didn't turn this in? Because I remember saying I need to turn in this token and then walked back to the casino with the token. And now here I am, not at the casino, still with the token. Like, how does that work? How did my brain just completely forget that I was supposed to be using that? Yeah, so then there's also this, but I don't think I need this. It has a good amount of mana, so I'll definitely, disenchant that when I can. But I don't think I need the recall because, I mean, it's easy enough to walk there just from Ayen Bekur, and I can't learn the spell, so not super useful. Okay, so that's turned in. I think I can turn in the Wasp Stinger at a collector, maybe? I'm not sure. I remember you do something with the Wasp Stinger. Don't know what to do with that. Yeah, then I'm not sure. Because none of this other stuff is actually worth money, so I think this is like a unique collector type item. Let me look up what we do with this. Give to a collector for money. Uh she didn't know what to do with it. That just is the wrong collector? You need to be a better collector. Maybe let's go try a different, maybe a Viamontian collector? I don't see why. They usually take different items than regular collectors do. So might as well attempt it. So it's a Vimontian collector in Sanamar, I believe. At least that's where I usually access one. Hey, my guy, do you want a stinger? Nope. So nobody knows what to do with it. And it doesn't give very much XP anyways. Maybe the Holtberg one. Maybe the Iraq one is just bugged. And he doesn't know how good these stingers are. He's missing out on all the fun one can have with a perfectly intact giant jungle Fintos Wasp stinger. You know, they don't know what they're missing out on. We'll see if the Holtberg one knows what this is. But it seems weird that the wiki just says give to a collector and the collectors don't want it. Yeah, I think it might just be bugged. So, do I hold on to this? I can't sell it, even though it's got good value. It's tuned bonded. So I can't exactly sell it. Do I just give it to a town crier? Because, I mean, it's not that much XP anyways. It's only 850,000. So, not all that. I mean, it was worth it to run around and try to see who would take it, but it's not worth it to just keep it in my inventory to hope that someday I find a collector willing to take it. So, we'll get rid of it for the time being. And I should really use these keys. I just keep not wanting to because I don't know. It just seems like a hassle. Because then I'm going to need to pick up all the loot that's in the chest, and then I'm going to need to sort through the loot to see if any of it's good, which probably most of it won't be. I need to sell all the loot that I get. But might as well. But yes, once I have completely run out of errands I wanted to do on this character, I was thinking of starting a new character and seeing what I can do over there. Because I would like to try out some void magic, maybe. Because as I said earlier, I have never actually attempted the void magic for very long. I think I've never had a void mage above mid 100s in level. So getting a high level void mage would be quite nice. Let's see. What was I here for? Right, I need to figure out where to use these keys, which I would expect would be over here. Maybe. Yeah, there's a bunch of chests here. Weapon, equipment, armor. I guess weapons? I do like weapons. But incantations. Those are pretty good. But unless these have like super good stats or legendaries, they're not really. Ooh, 20 attack skill. That's pretty good. But I don't have anyone heavy weapons. And its melee defense skill is super low. Oh. Hmm. No good cantrips, and the melee defense modifier sucks, but 25% attack skill baseline is insane. So that's decent, but no. If the melee defense modifier was decent, I would have probably picked that up, regardless if I have someone to use it. But yeah, so they can have good stuff in here, it would appear. Melee defense, 3% magic defense, and epic defender. Not horrible, though. Damage modifier and stuff, maybe not the best. And it's an addle, or I guess a slingshot. So not exactly the most useful, because most weapons in the game you'll be using bows. Thus you need to switch over to quarrels if you're wanting to use it. Or not quarrels, that's for crossbows. You need to switch to darts. I usually just stick to regular bows if I'm going to be doing ranged. Oh, and this has 2 uses. Interesting. Hey, there's a two-handed weapon, finally. Something for me. But yeah, no legendaries thus far. So I don't think that these can have legendaries. But they do have pretty high tier loot. This is like the same tier of loot that you get on Dark Isle, it would appear. Because they have level 8 spells, pretty high uh, percentages on the defense modifiers and everything. But so far, nothing's really caught my eye. Hmm, that's kind of interesting. Between this one having 1119 and this one has 1911. That's pretty funny. But yeah, this still the bludgeoning weapon. I mean, it has high attack skill as compared to this, which does not have very high, but this has magic defense too. It's pretty much the same and not worth trying to get another bludge rending unless I get like a much better weapon. I'm not going to try to bludge rend another thing for a while because it ended horribly. Pretty dang horribly. Lightning, but it's a spear. If I was doing anything but piercing, I would want a cleaving weapon. So no, thank you. Unless I was doing it for PvP, which usually you want a spear for PvP, but I'm alone on the server, so who the heck am I going to be PvPing? Dang it, my buffs are running out again. Although this was like the last thing I was going to be doing on this character for today, so no use in trying to rebuff right now. I don't think. Hmm. Finesse weapons, my favorite melee weapon type. 1616, which decent stats. For that, I'd prefer if it was like 2020, but you know, it's still fine. A lot of level 6s, which is weird. So I don't know. Maybe not worth it. I don't know if any of these are really going to be. Actually, this one 21% attack skill, 15% melee defense, some incantations of an epic impregnability. Right, that's missile? Yeah. So this one's decent. High variance though. And it's light weapons, which I don't know. Are light weapons good? What does I'm gonna pick it up anyways because it's one of the only one that's been pretty decent on these stats. In missile defense, plus the 2115, it's decent for the level, for sure. Epic life magic, 17%. Eh, not amazing. Also not horribly amazing. And no. Okay. Well, out of all of that, we got an axe. A gold axe. So it's very light, but has some good value on it. And I mean, high variability can be good if you have a really good crit chance. So that's a thing. Also, when it comes to void magic, because I was going to be playing void mage at some point, I don't remember if you want to get crit salvage or if you want to get the. I know there's one that gives critical strike, and there's one that gives armor rending. I think you can put armor rending onto a wand. Oh wait, but no, you wouldn't because magic goes through armor anyways. So never mind, that wouldn't be useful. We would just want crit, which would be okay, Sunstone is armor ending, and the critical one is where is it? Because if I'm gonna be leveling up a void mage, I'm gonna want to. Is it crippling blow? Yeah, I think so. So that's fire opal. and I have 0 fire opal. So, man, where's it coming with the magic modifier? But it says melee weapon critical modifier is weapon skill minus 40 divided by 60. Interesting. But yeah, it seems like fire opal is for magic item tinkering. So that's what we would want. Unless there's a different one, but I don't think so. Because there's crippling blow. Or no, wait, critical strike. So yeah, critical strike increases the chance of getting crits, and crippling blow would increase the damage of each crit. But I think critical strike is the one you usually want on the magic casters for the nether one, because you can't exactly rend it for nether because nothing has protection against nether anyways. Jeez, okay. With a base war magic skill of 360, 50% of hits would be criticals. I'm starting to see why they say you want critical strike. Okay. So, black opal, not fire opal. We want black opal because that's what salvages into that. Good to know. Okay. Well, time to make a void mage, I suppose. And hopefully level them up. Make them very powerful. But my screen is going to be a bit tiny for a while as I go through this whole process, which is in the small screen. So let's see. What would I want said character to be? Because it doesn't really matter anymore. It used to matter what you start as because you get the masteries. Like, generally, most mages were Gurundum to get the magic spell mastery. But now there's just the Arwick statues that you can just run in there right after you make your character and use the statue to change your, magic, or change your proficiency to magic spells no matter what you are. So doesn't exactly matter what you end up being. I could be a shadow person, which would give me that would give me 1% increased crit chance. That would be nice. It could be undead to get critical protection, but which actually that's a pretty strong one to start the game out with. Infused life magic would be nice, but then you have to float anytime you're not in combat. You just end up floating everywhere. It's kind of annoying. I mean, it's cool, but also kind of annoying. So in the end, doesn't too much matter, but having the increased crit chance, plus it's a bit thematic for a void mage to be a shadow. Now, do I want a shadow without legs or with legs? Of course, without legs, you get the floating issue again, where you do the floaty move, which I don't know. Is that a bad thing? Do I want to be floaty? These are the questions I must ask myself. And I do like the Eye of the Remorseless because it definitely fits a Void Mage playstyle to have that increased critical chance right from the get-go. But let's go with the regular one because I'm not always a fan of the floaty. And then we'll do custom. Now, I would want my Void Mage to be possibly in the late game to also be my uh tinkering person. I was gonna have my archer be that, but they're, they're being a bit difficult. And I've kind of hit a wall with the archer. So let's see. We don't need war magic. We need... There's mana conversion. I was looking for that. So we need mana conversion. We probably want to spec arcane lore because we're definitely going to need a lot of that on this character. And then we need life magic. But we can't spec that yet. And this is the problem with making a mage, is like you end up with all this stuff that you want, but you can't get yet. I could get rid of mana conversion, get the life magic specialized because we definitely want that. You don't want to fizzle a healing spell or a debuff. You know that ends up putting you in bad situations. Is like why you spec healing skill when you're a melee. So we won't have mana conversion. We won't have melee defense. We won't have creature or item enchantment. But we will have life and void magic and arcane lore all specialized, which is important. And I don't want to have to go to the Temple of Enlightenment anytime soon to go and specialize a bunch of things I didn't specialize at the beginning. And generally, when you're a mage, you don't end up getting melee defense at the start anyways, because it's just too expensive to get alongside your other magics. So we'll have to work up to that. Work up to getting melee defense, work up to getting creature and item and mana conversion, and that's a lot. And eventually, if I have the allowance for it, also get the armor, weapon, item, and magic item tinkerings, if this character is going to be my tinkering character. But for now, that's kind of a long-term goal. That's not what's going to be happening here. So we're going for focus, self, lock all these, of course. We need enough endurance to not only survive with 0 melee defense, but also enough endurance to give us good drain protection, because that is also what that does. We need enough strength to be able to carry, anything at all, and enough quickness to be able to move. Do we need more strength or more quickness? Because I don't want to put them at 5 numbers, because if it's at a 5, like a 35 each, then you can only raise and lower them by, I think, 10, I believe. Unless is the augmentation to increase by 5 or 10? I don't quite remember. Let me check that really quick, because I was pretty sure it was 10, and that's why I didn't want to. No, it is 5. So I could have it at 35 each and increase them later with augmentations, possibly. It probably doesn't matter too much. It's just starting stats, so we'll call this good. Decent quickness, strength, and endurance, and then of course our obligatory focus self for our magic casting. And then we are apparently bald, and apparently our hair is purple. Or I guess pink. Why do we have pink hair? I mean, it's very stylish, but why? It's weird that that's the default for shadows, for their hair to be pink, because that's like up at the top, so that's like the default one. I guess just very dark hair. Not completely, because it looks weird when it's just complete pitch black hair, like there's 0 texture to it. But if you just have it be a couple shades lighter than pitch black, then it, actually looks like real hair at some points. So that's maybe 1 lighter. Yeah, because now you can actually see texturing all around the hair instead of it just being at the top. And it's always hard to choose hairstyle, because I always end up gravitating towards the same hairstyles, because I'm very picky. Like, I don't want spiky mohawk person to be my character for the next like 1,000 hours of playing. No offense to anyone with spiky mohawks. It is not my style. Of course, here I am like doxing myself because now I'm not a person with a spiky mohawk. So that it's like a game of guess who, and I've just eliminated everybody who has a spiky mohawk in the world. They could have been me. You don't know. So I usually end up gravitating towards something like this, where it's just decently long, regular hair, not styled in any like weird specific way, just hair that exists. This one's shorter. Why is the hair always the hardest part for me? Or like this hair. And then it's shorter variant. Hmm. We'll just leave it at my default for now and stop worrying about hair because I always do that. Oh, we could have had pink eyes and pink hair. That would have been great. That would have been very stylish, I'm sure. But we're going to go for teal eyes because teal is my favorite color. So, always nice. And the eyes are always difficult to pick one as well because they all look so very, like, similar. Some give off different impressions, different emotions, but in the end, they're all pretty much the same. Same with, like, everything else on here. It's like, not a big difference between any of these that I can tell. Just slight differences that if someone's looking directly at your face, they might get slightly different emotions from the exact expression you're doing. And then we can change this. We could be invisible. Which actually, the shadows that you fight out in the world are like this. So in theory, having brighter skin like this makes zero sense if you're actually a shadow. So maybe I should just go with pitch black. Right? Because then I'm just like the other. Let me look up the on the wiki just the shadows so I can see exactly what they look like, so I can kind of mimic them. So I got to look authentic to the shadow people. Yeah, so they're slightly see-through. I don't think I'll be see-through, but they are certainly just completely dark. Zero facial features, zero actual like visible skin. It's just kind of a see-through shadow figure. And they usually have red eyes, it would appear. We are not going to have red eyes because we're one of the good shadows. We are a nice person. They are the evil shadows. So yeah, we'll have pretty much just pitch black, I guess. I've never done that when making a shadow character, but to be fair, I've only made shadow characters like twice, and I guess we should also make the hair pitch black because that is how the shadows are. They're just darkness incarnate. So we are just going to be exactly like them, I suppose. And it doesn't matter much because 99.999% of the game you just put a helmet on and that's it. You don't even look at your character from the front like ever. At best, I'm just going to see this and that's it. Just dark hair and little wispies and that's about it. So, does not matter very much at all. Yeah, look at us. We are the embodiment of a shadow, which is very nice. And we don't really need headgear. I guess the rest of this is fine, but we need to make our shirt match. There we go. This pink? No. The shirt and the pants never match exactly color-wise, which has always been upsetting. I mean, it's like they're near the same brightness with this, but they're a different shade, you know? And that's upsetting. The pants and the boots work nicely, but that just doesn't. So, who cares though? Not I, says me. So Sanamar is a pretty tough town to start in. Let's go Iraq, because I always start in Iraq. And then we are going to think up a brilliant name, probably the exact same name that I always choose, because why not? It's funny because I am a writer, but at the same time, my imagination when it comes to names end up revolving around the same like 20 names or something. And once I get a name for like a certain feeling or a certain character type, at least like in games and stuff, I will always name my characters that. Like, this is my name for pretty much any rogue type character, or in this case, void type character. Uh, so yeah, that's always the name. It's German. It directly translates to spoiled, which isn't like spoiled as in someone being a spoiled brat, but spoiled as in like off. And it can also be translated to like corrupted, apparently. I don't know enough German to know exactly. Or tainted, depraved, that kind of stuff. So that's why I use it for rogues and other such darker activities. So yeah, that's all good, all well and nice. Everything seems fine here, except for starting with no melee defense, which is always scary. It's gonna be a terrifying situation to be in. And we need to do all the things. First of all, none of this. None of the arrow, because we already have go arrow. I think that's it. Does that apply? Hopefully it does. And then none of this is accurate to what I needed. Oh, I can just... Oh, what is it? Is it load UI 1? Okay, I mean that works. But it's not the right one. So we need... Did I just do a stream? There we go. Load UI stream is how I have that set. And then we are darkness still. Very nice. Get all this set up. Das ist sehr gut. And we're ready to start the adventure. It has been a little while since I've started a new character. But we can... Is there any benefit to going through the facility rather than just... I don't think so. I think the only benefit of going through the facility rather than skipping it with this guy is that you're able to get more than one oil of rendering, or more than two, I guess. Because you can buy as many as you want if you go through the facility yourself. But generally, you don't need more than two. Like, ever. Honestly, two on its own is probably more than anyone would ever need. But then we got... Well, first we need to talk to this person, right? I forget that they introduced this whole system of getting even more free levels. We need to talk to Ashedia inside the tavern, which is this building right here. I know it well. You're here, and you're gonna tell me to do other stuff, and I'm gonna ignore it. But you're gonna give me money. And then I think go to the Path Warden is the next. Oh yeah, don't forget that I already talked to that person. Let me talk to you, I think? Yeah. Then we give you a Path Warden token. You give me the key. Let me pick up everything in the chest. And then I think our low amount of strength is gonna kind of force us into the robe. Right, we need no armor. Is that? Here we go. And then Pathworn Trinket, of course. We give all this back so it stops weighing us down. Oh wait, we needed the gloves, I think. Yeah, that's fine. The gloves aren't all that important. The helmet is the one I didn't want to get rid of because that has our focus and willpower, where this one doesn't. The gloves, I don't remember what they have. Probably not all that important. We have the helmet and the robe, which is important, and we'll grow out of this stuff pretty soon. I only need these pieces strictly until... Jeez, how many skill credits do they give you? I got 8 skill credits. Just, I think that's one a level. So we can already get either one of the other magics, which I don't think creature item enchantment are going to come in handy yet, because we can't afford any of the spells. So even if we got them, we couldn't use them. But mana conversion and then melee defense are probably the two that we're going to need most. So let's up some things and make sure that all of that is in order. Probably don't need much magic defense. We'll get some. Definitely need some mana conversion so we don't run out of mana immediately. Get some focus and self. And probably some mana too. Just so we don't run out of mana spontaneously, like we very well might. And then we need to set everything onto our bar, which is just, it's gonna be delightful. So we only have one element we need to use, so it shouldn't be difficult to just have all of our offensive spells on one bar. There we go. And Weakening Curse. So that's all of our offensive spells as a Void Mage. This will never change. Essentially, this is what we are working with for the rest of the game, which is pretty interesting. Because, like, as a War Mage, you just start with a bolt of each element, and you need to find out all the arcs, streaks, every thing that you can have in each element. With this, they're just like, yeah, let's just give you everything: the arc, the streak, the corrosion, which is a damage over time. We'll just give all that to you right off the bat. It's a freebie. Then we probably want Imperil. Not that level 1 Imperil is going to be doing much for us. We're probably not going to use that much, but might as well have it on there. And I don't think we need Harm. Maybe Drain, because then it'll give us the health. But I think we're just going to use a heal spell, like Heal Self, which we're going to put on 1, so that if we're ever in a bad situation, we can just spam the 1 button, and that will heal ourselves back up. Very useful. And I think that might be it. Is this everything we have? Then on 2, we can start our buffs. Like Armor Self. It's literally all that we have in terms of buffs. They don't start you off with very much in anything but Nether or Void Magic. So, Armor Self 1, go. Delightful. And then we will need more health. We'll increase this significantly, just so we don't die instantly without our melee defense. And we need side-by-side vitals, because yes. And always daylight outdoors, because I always do that. Don't show cloak. I guess we can show the helm for now. Okay. Well, we're off to see the wizard then. Also, I think it's control? Yeah. So we want to put this underneath my little go arrow there, because that's still important. Well, it's actually not important. This only becomes important once you've gotten to graveyard level, and I don't think I'm at graveyard level yet. So let's test it out. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty close. I think I could probably go to graveyard if I had the teleport for it. Man, I hit him so hard he didn't even react. Didn't even know what to do. Okay, now they're reacting. Oh, and I can just press 2 for these, right? And everything is instant. That is an interesting feeling. Because I haven't played Mage in a while, and when I have played Mage, it was much higher level. Also, I actually need to be looking at these spells that they drop. Another Streak, we already have it. Fire Protection, Other. No thanks. Who am I going to be putting Fire Protection 2 onto right now? Like, riddle me that, Batman. Alright, got the Cove Apple, which I think we need. Clumsiness, Other, no thank you. Bread. Do we need bread? I don't think we need bread. We do want to pick up all these Essences because they are worth 4,000 Pyrils each, and that is significant at this level. Blade Protection 3. We do not have nearly enough arcane lore for that. Although, yes. Okay, Blade Protection 3, give me. I will take it. That is a high level Blade Protection spell for this early on. Okay, but we can't attack things through walls like we can on our melee, so I need to keep that in mind. I also need to keep an eye on how many of these skill credits we've got. Because at a certain point, we're going to have enough of those to get melee defense, and that is exactly what we're going to want to do at that point. Yeah, so these guys aren't a problem. I mean, even when they hit my hand, which I still don't have any gloves, it was just 1 point of piercing damage. Does my wand already give me mana conversion? It does, but only level 1. So slightly better mana conversion. Make all the difference, I'm sure. Oh, now they're all angry. Oh no, whatever will I do? Alright. How does this work? Did I hit them all? I think I only hit you. What is... Oh no. Did that... Yeah, no, that only is hitting you. That is unfortunate. So we'll have to kill them the old-fashioned way. I was wanting to test out if the... Why do you guys keep resisting? Messing up my count of how many spells I need to kill you. So why is it that this only affected the one guy? Oh, and it's also way worse than regular corrosion. So, just use corrosion, essentially. Just single target all the way. Okay. Now for you... And I usually kill these guys just because you're able to drop tails. And that's sometimes worth it. Plus, I think the chest back here has something I want, I think. So if I put the damage over time on these guys, that is cool, though. This guy's a bit tough, but he will succumb to the illness just like any other. And he gives me his tail. I appreciate it. Do these guys have any jewelry? I can't let myself overlook even the smallest things, because at this level, it is a big upgrade. Okay, speaking of big upgrades, what the heck? I actually might take this. I mean, quickness self 4. Normally that's not a big boon, but here I could speed myself up significantly for a good portion of my leveling experience here. Because that's half an hour of 25 quickness, which translates to 25 run skill. So that's quite nice. Gotta love the early levels. I certainly do. Except when everything resists you. We can't use the... Although, no, it's only level 1. I was gonna say weapon tinkering and Shroud of Darkness magic is pretty well tuned to a magic character like moi. But, no. First of all, I can't even wield it, and by the time I'm doing any kind of weapon tinkering, I'm gonna want more than a level 1 cloak. Ooh, focus 3. Don't have enough arcane lore for it, but... Now here's the question. If a wand has Acid Stream 3, like this thing, does it actually cast it? Because I don't even do war magic. So, I don't know. I'll take it. And it has a mana conversion bonus increase, where this one doesn't have mana conversion bonus, and our willpower and focus is actually already gotten by the helmet. So this is useless. And this, oh, our arcane lore is too low. That's fine. This gives us access to Acid Stream, which I guess is a way we can have acid spells. That's interesting. It's so nice to be low level again. Be able to get random upgrades off of enemies at a moment's notice. Constantly like switching your gear out for new stuff. It's fun. Ooh, mana renewal and lightning protection. I will take that. They drop like level 3 spell items right off the bat. Like, it's so weird to be back at this level in this version of the game, because I think most recently I was at this level on Dekaroo Tide, where things insist on giving you really crappy gear that doesn't even have buffs or level 1 buffs for a good amount of time. Coordination. I mean, I have no other bracelet, so I'll take some coordination. Increase my non-existent melee defense. How dare you? I'm offended that you would resist my spell. Disgusting. All right, we got gloves. Those are actually really good gloves too. 200 armor level. Copper amulet. We already have blade protection on our shirt, I think. Very nice. These, we need 107 arcane lore. That's enough for these. Very nice. And then how much do we need for this? 110, 103. So we can have the focus 3. And for this we need 3 more points. Or actually only 1 more point, because the added focus increases our arcane lore. So it's a slippery slope, you know? You get the one, and that very quickly makes you be able to get the other. I can get armor 2, which is better than our armor 1 spell that we cast on ourselves. It'll be so nice to actually have a character that uses, you know, a wand, and thus I can actually buff myself without having to switch to my other item. Alright, all that's done. We need to go down into the depths to get pie. Because that's what everyone gets in the depths, right? I mean, if there weren't pie in the depths, why would anyone go there, really? I am now level 11. Whoop-de-doo for me. Probably not as good. How good are these when they're on? Good physical protections, poor elemental protections. But honestly, those physical protections are super nice. But I'm not going up against any Ulthoi with this thing, because that is depressing. I would get like one shot by any Ulthoi even looking at me at that with that acid protection. Alright, so we only have 5 skill credits available. Which means bad things. That means that we're gonna be without melee defense for quite some time. Because yeah, I was able to get mana conversion, which was quite integral to being able to survive. Because if you don't have it, your mana is just going to drain incredibly quickly. But that did put off us getting our melee defense for a few levels yet. Now, there is one thing I could do that I have done lately. It's a little something that rhymes with Mao quipping fest. It's a cow tipping quest. I could go and do that again on this character because it normally gives 500,000 XP, and because quest XP is doubled on this server to, you know, encourage me to do quests and not give in to macroing, uh, that means that I would get 1 million XP just right off the bat by tipping some cows. Like that, the cow tipping quest has always been super overpowered when it comes to early game leveling. Like you could make a character, do all the starting quests, and then get that character up to like level 20, if not more, maybe level mid 30s, just by doing that one quest. And that was without the doubled XP. Like you would get so much XP just from doing that one quest. That would most certainly get you straight into the facility hub. So mayhaps it is time. Ooh, upgrade to pants. This gives us bludgeoning protection. Very important. Let's see. I do wonder if the sound is alright. Because it's like, normally, I think it's fine because I'm usually talking. But because this is a more laid back, less, you know, intentional stream, it's like, is this gonna be... Is the volume high enough that anyone can actually hear anything when I'm not talking? I have no idea. Because it looks pretty low on the little audio level, but it's hard to tell. I can... I could take this. But I don't have item enchantment yet. I probably won't for a while. So let's not. Okay, how many items is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that's all of them. Just double checking. Game sounds are pretty low. Yes, they're not very low for me, which is why I haven't changed them, but we can up them a bit more, maybe just up to half. And we'll see if that completely like blows my eardrums out. If not, we can keep it like that. Well, life stone. Very nice. So cow tipping quest. Once again, very good way to start a character. Gets you more XP than you can ever spend at this level, but it also takes a while. it is a process. Although I guess not really. I mean, the entire stream where I did both the cow tipping quest and a bunch of like running around only took like half an hour. So really, a cow tipping quest on this character would probably only take about half an hour as well. And it's, half an hour tops. He's getting level 1 spells. They just leave enemies with like a small amount of health left. Okay, you need to give you all the items. Wow, that thing respawned quickly. Because the game sounds are turned up quite a bit more. They still sound reasonable volume to me. They're not too loud, which is good. But at the same time, I'm not fighting anything like drudges or Olthoi, so that's usually when the sounds get really overwhelming. Alright, so all is well, it would seem. And I've already done all these starting quests on my previous character, so doing them again probably wouldn't be necessary. If I can just skip all of them with the good old cow quest. Take the tails. Thank you. I don't think I need stamina elixirs. I'll go sell them to the general store. I guess he's just called a shopkeeper. But we don't need any of these because we got life magic. So pretty soon we're gonna have a way to do all of this. We can just do this. Okay, old equipment. We probably want to keep these. But everything else I think is fine to sell. And get paid. Which, with this, I was gonna say we could get bags. I guess we can get a couple. But we want to leave space open for the creature enchantment and item enchantment foci that we're going to be needing. And we need to give this to the town crier so we can get rid of it. And do we really need sturdy iron keys? Like, ever? Have I ever used these? I think there's one quest that I know of that uses these. And that's that one random quest on Aphis Lassel. But other than that, I don't know of any situation where I use sturdy iron keys. Because, like, the sturdy steel keys you can use to get the, like, royal runed and princely runed weapons. But these... I don't know, do these give you the ring spells? And the wall spells? Is that those chests? I don't know. Probably not going to be necessary. I'm probably just going to get any ring or wall spells I need from either stipends or... which actually would probably be kind of a waste, but I'd probably just get it from the... it's not Scrivener. The Professor of Magic in Arwick. I'm pretty sure there's a Void Professor of Magic, and they give you all the spells of any level you need. And I would like to rank up to level 2 magic as soon as possible. So let me actually go here, and I need to do a couple things. I'm going to need to first go to the statue and the little pedestal and change my mastery to magic. right here. There we go. Because we're only going to be using magic, so why not have magic mastery? And then talk to the void magic person here. See, they're a shadow too. Us shadows, we like their void magic. And then I'm gonna ask them what level 2 requires. 2 X notes. Wow, that's cheap. I actually think I can buy that right now. That's super, super cheap. Yeah, that's like 2,000 pyreals. Okay, well, give me my level 2 spells. I guess it's because Void Magic doesn't have many spells in the first place. So, it wouldn't really cost very much just to upgrade to the next level of them. Now, can we even cast these? I would think we could. That is a big jump in damage. So we just need iron scarabs and definitely more prismatic tapers. So let's go to Holtberg for that. And then, actually, we might even be able to skip a couple levels of these. I need to go on the wiki to spells? I think it's just spells. Because this has tables for spell chance of success. Wow, okay. Apparently, level 1 spells have a 50% chance of succeeding at 0 skill. So those spells are really easy. But yeah, so any amount that our skill level is at, so like right now it's at 111, we would be able to cast level 3 spells with approximately a almost 70% chance. So after we do any kind of, if we are gonna, I think we are gonna do the cow tipping though. So once we're done with the cow tipping, whatever level this void magic is at, we need to go and, relate that to the chart over here and see if we can skip of a bit of stuff with that. And doing this will get us straight to the level that we can start doing facility hub quests, which would be nice. Even though I do like the starter quests in the starter towns, they're just not the most, XP efficient method. But funny enough, the cow tipping is, that's the secret very good quest. And we might just, should we stay here or should we might go to Plateau Village. I think that's what we're gonna do because that has 2 cows and they're really close to each other, so we can get kind of the double efficiency on the cow tipping, make this go even faster. Because only plebs stay in Holtberg for the quest, because that takes a very long time. We're being efficient here, at least as efficient as I can be. But I don't know everything about the game, so probably being inefficient in my own ways. Like having not gotten my iron scarabs at the Archmage when I was right there. I don't know where the Archmage is in this town. Was that a spice vendor? There's a spice merchant in here? And we're back to it. You see, and now this is the point where everyone wishes we kept the volume lower, because all that we're going to be hearing is cows for the next, like, at least 10 minutes. Just spinning in circles, tipping the cows as fast as one can. But trust me, this is serious XP gathering business. No jokes here. With all the AC sounds, it's true. I've always felt the sound design in this game was quite good, including the cows. And it's weird because I've heard the same, like, Asheron's Call sounds in multiple other things. I don't know if they just used, like, stock sounds for some things, but what show was it? I think it was Smallville. I think I heard the the Karenzi sound used in an episode of Smallville, and it was like the exact same sound. And I've heard in multiple things the same, like the exact same sequence of bird sounds that is in the ambiance of Asheron's Call. So every so often, you just hear those same sound bites, or at least incredibly similar ones. Let's see, Archmage. There's a jeweler, and there's scriveners over there. But yeah, life is probably going to be pretty easy as a Void Mage. I've always felt Void Magic was a bit, you know, more powerful than War Magic, at least. Especially in the way that, like, nothing has protection against you and you only need a few spells in your repertoire to destroy anything. Especially because you're a master at debuffing things. So, because Void Mages have their own unique debuffs they can throw out. So I can fight large groups of enemies with a blast spell that I probably get at some point, or I can fight bosses more efficiently with the special debuffs I can throw on them and the damage over times I can stack on there. So it's quite powerful. Mayhaps I'll be able to do some of the harder quests in the game that even my old war mage on Reef Cull couldn't do. Or at least couldn't do alone. Because I remember when I was trying to do the Ancient Ulthoi Queen, or Paradox Touched Ulthoi Queen quest, not Ancient Ulthoi Queen, that's a different quest. But the Paradox Touched Ulthoi Queen quest, I remember I had to call my brother in order to actually be able to do that. Because soloing it was not exactly an option. I had to duo it. But I'm hoping someday both my two-handed character and this Void Mage will be good enough to solo all the quests in the game. Which may not be exactly a matter of skill or equipment. It might end up just being that there are some quests that require multiple characters to pull levers and stuff. Which there have been some of those, but I can find my way around most of them. Like one of the Ancient Armor dungeons, they claim on the wiki that you need 2 people to finish that dungeon, but it's not exactly true. Because that specific dungeon, you can teleport right next to through the facility hub with the Burin, like, item collecting quest. So what you do is you go in, you flip one lever, then you facility hub recall, go back to that dungeon, and back in, and the door is still open from when you flipped the lever. And then you can flip the other lever, and thus do the quote-unquote group-only quest with one person. Though, the rest of the dungeon does not get any easier. So, still not recommended unless you're confident you can solo the end boss, but it is possible. There's usually ways around those kinds of things. I still wish there was like a live counter on this. Because I mean, I kind of know at what point these say. I think the cow logic one is at either 30 or 50. Somewhere around there. but these little checkpoint messages aren't all that precise. And only, I think, one of them, yeah, like this one, comes out at, I think, 150, because it's at least half done, so. And then I think there's another one at 200, where it says you've done at least 200 tips, but then it gives you no more checkpoints until you hit 300. You never did this? Do you just level up at some point? Basically, what you do is you talk to the guy in Holtberg. He gives you the quest. You go to any cows. I like this place because there's two, and you can get more uptime on your tipping. And then you turn it in, and in the base game with regular XP, he gives you 500,000 XP for turning in the quest. It would be funny if you just leveled up at a random point tipping the cows, but yeah, it's only when you turn in the quest. And of course, on this server, I've doubled quest XP, so that'll be 1 million XP that I just get immediately. Unless the amount of XP I get is lowered based on my level, which is possible. But still, it is going to be an extreme amount of XP for this level, and I'm probably going to be at least level 20-something after this, from level 13. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And all it takes is just tipping some cows. So always a good early game strategy, especially when you're someone who hasn't, gotten melee defense yet. And you can't really do any of the tougher quests because of that. These poor cows, though. I guess it's better than tipping one cow 300 times, but I'm still tipping two cows 150 times each, which is, seems a bit cruel, but it is what it is. You do what must be done. Yeah, you can kind of get into a flow where you get each one right as they finish standing up. Not sure about you, but you're getting dizzy. Yeah, it definitely makes you a little dizzy, but I am an experienced cow tipper, This is the kind of work environment you need to adapt to if you're going to be successful in this field. Also, when they eat grass, they're immune to your tipping powers, which is, a bit concerning. It kind of brings you out of the flow that you've gotten into. You've tipped at least 200 cows, because it said that a minute ago. So we just need, I don't know, like 80 more probably? Most? Yeah, I don't get why the cows have to be interrupting my mission with their, eating and all that. I mean, who needs to eat anyways? I certainly don't. All I use for sustenance is cow tipping. Yep, there's 250th, so we are close. It would be so funny if I made like, because since this is my own server, I could make my own quests. I could technically copy paste this quest into a different NPC and make it like 1,000 tips. Maybe like 2,000. Maybe do like a 24-hour live stream of a 10,000 tips quest. I think that would be hilarious. And for that, I would probably use 1 cow because, yeah, over the course of 10,000 tips, I would most certainly get very dizzy. To level straight to 275. Actually, that would be amazing. It's like, instead of having it so that you can just, you know, it's like in WoW, they're like, oh yeah, just pay us $30 and we'll give you that character, level up straight to max level. And I'm like, nah, I don't need your money, but you're gonna need to tip 10,000 cows to earn your level up. Good luck. And then of course would only level you. It doesn't give you like armor or spells or anything or money or anything. It just gives you the XP. So you're like the wimpiest level 275 anyone's ever seen. I think we're almost there. Because we hit 250 a little bit ago. We have to be nearing 300. There it is. Seems like you've done enough tipping for now. So let's see. Yeah, let's just hit the Archmage back in Holtberg. So yeah, that wasn't long at all. That was only like, I don't know, 15 minutes of straight tipping. And we're done. Time to get paid. Of course, we're very, very slow. It is difficult. Like, that's probably the hardest thing of going from a high-level character to a low-level one is the run speed. Because you're just, like, you're going through molasses. Hey, Dwayne, I did your job for you. Eh, only to level 20. Still pretty significant, but yeah, 1 million XP. Right? Oof. I'm gonna have so much XP to spend. Okay. So we can get some more void magic. How much do I need to cast level 2s 100% of the time? 126. So we definitely want to at least get to that point. Sadly, I kind of expected a bit more. Like mid-30s or something. But satisfying seeing your character growth. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you go from being the molasses walker all the way up to being able to run as fast as the high level characters do, that is pretty nice to see. So we are at, okay, we need about 160 to 170 to get a 100% chance to cast level 3s. We already have 170. So if we were to get this also up to 170, we could technically go back to Arwick and get level 3s of both void magic and life magic. And that would be quite nice, because that is a huge upgrade from what we've been doing, which also means we won't need iron scarabs. We could jump straight to copper ones if we can afford the level 3 training, which, with how cheap it was, I think we can. We'll sell the lead P there. Probably get like 10 of these. No, I can afford more than that. Let's get 20. And then, like, just 100 tapers. Because we have the money for more tapers, but our inventory can't really hold that much. We don't have the weight for all of it. Okay, back to Arwick to see how much this stuff costs. And once we have that, we will be set. I mean, we're a good level with some good skills. Do we have the... We have enough skill credits that got us perfectly enough skill credits to get our melee defense, which is so very important. And I should also probably be leveling this stuff up, because I have not touched any other attributes other than the focus and self. Get those, get some health, and I guess some stamina. though that's not nearly as important. Some more mana. There we go. And yes, I do always try to end on even numbers, which it isn't important to, like game-wise at all. It's just it hurts my brain if I don't do that. I must have even numbers. Alright, so we'll go back to this guy, see what a level 3 will cost us. The life magic will probably cost a lot more, if I'm being honest. A C note. That's not bad. C notes are like, what, 10,000? That's cheap. So yeah, we'll get that. And hope that life magic isn't more than like 2 C notes. Because we can't afford that. Let the darkness fill your mind. Sure thing, buddy. Now we have all our level 3 spells here. Now, life magic. What will you ask of me money-wise for level 3? DCCL note. What even is that? What is that? 75? You don't even sell DCCL notes. But DCCL. Yeah, 75,000 it would appear. I do know of a place. I know a guy that can get us a DCCL note. If we can do the quest, I am not sure. But in the Ulthoi pincers, there is the Legionary pincer. Okay. So Legionary pincer is what gets you the DCCL note from that. But yeah, you can't get that other ways. Okay, we'll be without level 3 life magic for a minute. But that's fine. We have level 1 life magic, which honestly is good enough for me. We'll just need to replace all of this. Destructive curse, which is just damage over time. Honestly, we put destructive curse and corrosion on something, they are just straight up dead. There's nothing they can do about that. When we get our blast, very nice. Although I've always found that the blasts being so strong kind of make playing a mage difficult for me, because you only ever want to use the blasts after you realize how good they are. And then that just kind of trivializes things. Okay. Refresh Sir Blackmore's favor, because why not? And then I guess we're going to start facility hubbing. Because there's not much else to do before that. Just get in here, start getting levels by the dozens. Then before you know it, you're level 50. Oh, this is not the right direction. That would have been bad. I do not want to go into like the level 30 area right now. But of course we'll start with level 10s. Because might as well. I mean, they still give good XP. Even though I'm already double the level requirement. Now, the only issue I can see with a mage character is I don't have lockpicking, which means I am going to have a significantly more difficult time doing any of these quests than I would normally with some kind of melee character that has dare resist my spell, good sir. I'm thoroughly upset with these enemies. You know, it's weird because I guess it's because we're generally, like most people, think in tens. So for me, something being at 5 is like it being a round number and like a even number. Even though 5 isn't even, it's just since it's half of 10, and half is related to 2, and 2 is an even number, and 10 is a round and even number, that makes 5 also both a round and even number in my brain. And it's very weird, because it really shouldn't be. It has no right being that satisfying of a number. But 5s or 10s, both I'm very much happy with. So from that, it does not tell me how much. Oh, no, it does. 200,000 XP. Pretty nice. And here, we don't even really need to talk to you, I don't think. Oh, no, you gave me the key. Okay. You know, I still have it, like, embedded in my mind that this quest requires, a wood heart to give to her to get you the key. But it really doesn't. It doesn't anymore. I don't know when they changed that, but I just remember at some point that required a wood heart. Okay, you two get over here. I want to test my blast spell. See if this will kill both. It hit you both. It did not kill you both. That's very loud. So maybe Nether Blast not as good until higher levels. We'll just stick with the bolt for now. Or putting all of our damage over times on something and just watching them wither away before us. I love how it still goes through its waking up animation just to immediately die. Alright, Swamp Gromny. Pretty tough customer, actually. But I wanted to test if I can just throw my curses on you. You what, mate? How much damage did that do? I literally hit him with it. It did like nothing. And then the first time it actually did the dot, it just one-shot the guy. And poor Gromny. Alright, well, turns out damage over time is the way to go. Can I one-shot these guys with damage over time too? Yeah, because that takes half their health each dot tick. That is so nice. And Void Magic is overpowered. Hey, a Wood Heart. See, if it still required the Wood Heart, I would be set. How good are these gloves? Not any better. Okay. Key. This is kind of a scary dungeon. I have so much trauma from this specific dungeon. Because when you're not as good at the game, like I used to not be, it's a very difficult early game dungeon to get through. Ooh, man, my luck is amazing right now. I got a wood heart and now a moat. Like, off of this low level of enemies, those items are pretty dang rare. Ooh, how good is this? Has a magic defense multiplier. Other than that, not great. I'll stick with my acid stream. Which actually, I can wield this now. I need to do that. Increase my 2% bonus to mana conversion to a 2% bonus to mana conversion. I know, it's a big difference. You know, I couldn't believe it myself how amazing that buff is, but, you know. Alright, so these guys just do, like, 1 damage. I don't think I have to worry about these guys. Generally, it gets difficult once you've gone through this part and gotten down to the Mosswort Shaman guy. He's the real threat here. Hey, you. How fast will you bleed out? Really? I've already moved slow enough. Why are you insisting on making me move slower. Yeah, that damage over time is amazing. Am I kind of, like... Is it concerning that I enjoy just watching them slowly bleed out in front of me? Is that like a psychopath thing? Because it is definitely enjoyable. Because I mean, if you just stab them in the face and like shoot them with nether bolts, that's, you know, that's nice, but nothing like just watching them slowly wither in front of you. It is a bit slower though, and we need to value some efficiency around here. I'll take coordination. I think I already have coordination too, but I'll take it and use it. Why not? There's literally no reason not to. Okay, so we need our health back. Oh, you actually do damage. Wow, what a surprise. Let's put both on you then. Alright, well you... Did you resist? You did resist. How dare you? Why is everything resisting me? Like, I have high enough skill to cast level 3 spells, which is higher than what you're normally supposed to have at this point, I think. I think generally people doing this dungeon have level 2 spells. Oh no, my jump skill sucks. Okay, we still didn't take damage. That's nice. Oh yeah, that instant heal spell. Ow. Good job on the instant heal spell there, Shaman. You're, you know, benefit to your whole society. Nice. Yeah, that's where it gets a bit iffy, is that Shaman right there. That's the first point where you're like, I'm in danger. Ooh, also, dang it. I didn't get... Because I couldn't afford the life magic spell just yet, I wasn't able to get the stamina to mana or anything like that. Which usually you don't need very early on, but level 3 spells sort of require it. But that's fine. We'll just go with what mana we have, I suppose. Aside from that, do we have much XP to spend? A bit. Let's get some magic defense. That's not the only magic wielding enemy in here. We probably need more melee defense too. Cordon quick. And then more focus and self. Get all our defenses up as high as one could expect. Maybe some more health too. Just so we're not, you know, getting one shot by things. You know how that's like my biggest fear in this game, is just getting one shot by everything. Because it happens a lot. It's a quite the epidemic. Stop resisting. Resistance is futile, don't you know? Oh yeah, and we do have that plus 1% crit chance, but I wouldn't know if I crit against anything, because I'll probably just one-shot them if I try to, you know, if I actually get a crit. Which is another thing that I would probably change. Is like, I like that you have the death message of each enemy that you kill, but I do wish you could see the amount of damage you did to, you know, cause that. Because it's always been weird that you can't see the amount of damage you did on the killing blow of any enemy. And sometimes I really want to, because sometimes it's like I one-shot the enemy, And I'm like, man, what did I do to cause that effect? Okay, I am resisting their spells sometimes, but they're resisting mine. So that makes us even, right? Alright, nothing there. Go down this way. So let me see. This can do 63 to 115. This is 152. This is 126. So if you just hit an enemy with 2 of these and 1 of these, over 30 seconds, you're going to be getting like, I don't know, like 10 bolts worth of damage. It's pretty significant. Damage over time is super overpowered on this thing. And I love it. I'm also running low on mana, slowly but surely. I think... Oh, do we go up here? I think maybe. Nope, we definitely don't go up here. We're supposed to jump down to this ramp. Felicitations, malefactors. And then the lever's over in this area, right? Then you run back this way. I definitely have this place, like, somewhat memorized, but it's kind of a difficult place to remember at times, like that area where you need to jump it down to the other ramp, because both ramps look the same, so my visual memory is like, oh yes, I use ramp, but it doesn't specify which ramp I'm supposed to use. I think I can meditate, and I think the meditation increases mana regen rate, but I'm honestly not sure. I know lying down increases health and stamina regen. I don't know if anything actually increases mana regen, but I want a good amount of mana before I fight these guys. Because these... What are they called? Sclavis. That's the word. These Sclavis are quite difficult at early levels. And it is not something you want to go into ill-prepared. So maybe 150 mana. We'll just wait for that patiently. Because we can't afford the other, the level 3 magics yet. And I don't think it started me off with any... Yeah, no stamina to mana. But with these guys, I think the easy solution is just fester, or like corrosion and curse of destruction them to get all the dots on there, and then just spam heal ourselves whenever we need it. I think that's the most mana efficient move to make, because the heal will only that's only 15 mana, which is reduced by mana conversion. Whereas if I were spamming nether bolts, that's 15 mana each bolt, and it would take probably at least 2 bolts per enemy to kill. So I think putting the dots on and then waiting would be the best solution, and the safest, not only for my mana, but for my health, because then I won't be in the middle of casting something else before I can cast my heal again. But then there'll be more enemies alive. I don't know, that is a tricky one. But we'll go with the dots, because I like the dots. They're nice. Nah, it's probably enough mana. Enough waiting. Shall pull this guy up here first. Yeah, because once I get these dots on them, it's like an assured kill. No matter what they do, they are just going to die eventually. It's only a matter of when. And there the answer is then. So it's pretty easy. Actually, mana potion. Gimme. Get the dagger of Ticola, which I think is all we need here. Is in there. I don't know, what do we get in here? Is this where we get the shard of metal? I think it is. Okay, the key is not for that. Oh, we don't need the dull dagger. But we go out here. This is what we need a key for. So we need to give the shard of metal to the lady in the cabin, the cider to the person who owns the cellar, and then the dagger of Ticola to the person at the facility hub. So you... No, you're not the cider. You're the metal. There you go. Thank you. I actually think she gave more XP than the dagger itself will give me. But that's good. Oh, and I was thinking, if I ever do need more than one person for a quest, I could always just log in to another account on my same computer. Which would not be all that difficult to do. Just have two people run in there, have one of them just pull the lever that is needing to be pulled, and then log out. It's usually how I deal with quests that require more than one person. Just send in the admin account, it'll be fine. Alright, we did that. Yep, that gave less XP than just the shard of metal gave. And this is the Hauberk, right? Yeah, Glenwood Dungeon. Not fun. This one requires a lot of keys. Like a ton of them. That is never good. Also, I don't want to go in there with my mana being in shambles like it is. So I think first we're gonna try to go do the first Ulthoi dungeon. Because if we can do the first Ulthoi dungeon, that should get us a C note. And I think that will get us on the right track to... There we go, 100 health. It'll get us on the right track to getting enough money for our level 3 life magics. Then we just need to figure out someone who'll sell us a DCCL note. Because that vendor that usually sells a good amount of the trade notes was not selling it. Alright, well, let's hope these guys don't annihilate us. I mean, they're level 20, but they're Ulthoi. So... Alright, well, they die easily. And I can probably out-heal them. Endurance, focus 3, not needed. Now, do we kill as we go, or do we just rush to the end, get our prize? Okay, that's a problem. Certainly 3 of them hit more often than my healing can keep up with at level 1. So rushing to the end, not going to be feasible. We have learned that. Thank you. So let me select the Ulthoi, please. Yeah, because their crits do almost as much damage as my healing can heal. So if they keep critting me in a row, every time I heal, that just negates one of their hits. It will Well, this guy can't even get out of there, I don't think. So we're just gonna leave them alone. We can curse it. We don't need spells right now. We've got the professors of magic, so we're fine. But we'll just kill as we go and hope that we have enough mana left over to, you know, actually fight all the enemies to the end. Because these guys, they do some damage. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, and definitely the Ulthoi have way too much melee attack for my measly melee defense to deal with. Glad I'm just trying to do the first Ulthoi dungeon, though. If I tried to go straight for Legionaries for that DCCL, I would be so dead. I've noticed us using a few tapers. Are we still good here? Yeah, we're still good. For now. We'll need to stock up on some more tapers in a bit. You know, I should put a version of the level 1 spell on here so that when I just barely don't kill them, then I can just throw that at them. Like that. Okay, that didn't kill him by a pretty large margin. It's fine. And that one-shot him. All good. Piercing and cold protection, probably not necessary here. We'll keep our old pants. We'll wait for this guy to come around the corner. Like that. Man, the Ulthoi dungeons are always so iffy at low levels, especially on mages. You dare resist? They resisted twice? Alright. I was gonna say, if he resists 3 times in a row, I'm going to be upset. Like, how dare he? Alright, just a few more, and we'll be done with this place. For now. I'll probably be back many a time. Oh, we're out of mana. Well, perfect timing. That's the pincer right there. And we can grab this. And I need the life stone. Here we go. And we don't want these. Well, we can't do that because we're technically life stoning. But we're actually not because I jumped to cancel the animation. Which is very useful. You know, it's a useful thing to know how to do. Especially on PvP servers. Because I've had multiple situations where I'll be wanting to get away from a PvP situation in some amount of safety, or at least, or no, what I do with it is you start the teleporting, and then you can go into attack mode to defend yourself should the place you teleport into be hostile. So that, in that way, is very useful. Okay, but we have more than 75,000, so we can buy a DCCL note just like that. It said the Arcanum Broker sells the note, which I assume would be at the Agent of the Arcanum then, right? Why is there a rabbit inside here? Refurbisher, Agent of the Arcanum. None of you are a broker. Hmm. Where is this Arcanum Broker? Oh, they're outside the Manaforge chest. Okay. Yeah, DCCL notes are definitely an odd note. You don't, they're not sold everywhere, sadly. But let's go Cragstone, because that's where I know the Manaforge chests are. I think they're in multiple locations, but this is just the one that I'm most familiar with. Which is weird because on my main character I'm in the Radiant Blood, and I think Zykal is another location that they can be, and yet I'm not as familiar with that one. Probably because I just haven't done many like things with Manaforge chests lately. Man, so 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. Yeah, these are definitely some weird notes. Like, I don't think, outside of like a couple quests, maybe, I don't think I've ever seen a CL, CC, or a CCL note. Like, when do you ever see those? But we're here for the DCCL. There we go. Very nice. And then we'll finally have stamina to mana. And, you know, recover stamina spells as well. Both of which are quite integral to being able to exist as a mage. Oh, we need to go to Red Spire too. So probably Red Spire first, then back to Arwick. Could use some more run. Still decently cheap. Get us nice and fast. Well, relatively fast, that is. Ooh, should I do... I probably should. I could do the Moorsman dungeon that's around here. That might give me some good XP. I do not need these. For once. This I could probably use. Magic resistance, mana renewal. Do I need mana renewal? And lightning protection is probably nice. But this gives me piercing protection. Do I have piercing? Well, actually, I will. Why am I even worried about that? And this is gonna be melee defense. But pretty soon I'll be able to cast my own protection spells, so why should I even worry about which protection spells my armor has? I can just buff myself. Okay, to Arwick to get the buffs. And more importantly, stamina to mana. Which I'm still very, very salty about. Because as far as I know, nobody has been able to tell me otherwise. But there is, as far as I've seen, absolutely no way to legitimately get level 8 um stamina to mana. Like it just does not exist. It exists technically on the wiki and in the on the admin account. You once you like do the thing to give you all spells in the game, it gives you level 8 stamina to mana. But it does not. No other place that I've seen has it. I even went to the stipend guy and turned in, I think it was like 3 or 4 stipends to get all level 8 life magic spells, and I still did not get stamina to mana. and it was so very annoying. It's like, why do you hurt me, game? I just want level 8 stamina and mana, please. But that won't be an issue for a little while yet. At least on this character. You have learned a new spell. Oh boy. There we go, getting every conceivable level 3 spell. And now we need to manage our bars again. So we don't need this. What the heck you doing, man? We do need, let's see, Imperil. And probably, I don't know, what else do we need? Well, obviously we need Stamina to Mana and Revitalize? Yeah. Stamina to Mana and Revitalize. We'll put you at the end here. We don't need any Volns other than, Imperil because Void Magic. So, probably don't need those. There's Fester. Probably want that. That's very useful against certain bosses. And I can do Cleanse Life Magic Self, but that requires a Diamond Scarab. Even level 3 requires a Diamond Scarab and the Korazite solution. But someday I will have the level 8 Cleanse Life Magic. And then I will be able to cleanse everything off of myself. And it will be a happy day. And then we want, over here, we actually need to put things on the bar. So armor, acid protection, blade, bludgeoning, cold, fire, and lightning. Is that it? And piercing. Good, good. So now we actually have a full repertoire of things here, which actually we're going to do bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and then acid, lightning, cold, no. Fire, frost, acid, lightning. Okay. Just to have them be in more a more good order, you know? So I can intuitively know where everything is. I also need the better heal spell. Very nice. I should have about a 100% chance to cast these. There shouldn't be any issue on that front. Good old Monroe. Let's get our stipend for the week. And we probably need to visit an Archmage to get, which I think is this one? That's the jeweler. Archmage is somewhere around here. So I don't know why I'm searching for it when I can just go to someplace where I know exactly where it is. Much easier just to go back to like Holtberg or Iraq, visit the Archmages there. That's a lot of XP. Okay, Archmage. Give me all your spell components. We'll also increase our strength a bit. Because we can afford to now. We can increase these again. And these again. Like, by 2. Because these are our main stats, so we want those as high as possible. Probably good on health. Because that is already pretty expensive. Mana we might as well. Oh, and stamina we also need. Not only because it's cheap, but because stamina to mana uses your stamina. So you kind of need plenty of that to transfer over. Get some more mana conversion, because obviously I've been slacking on this. That just ain't right. Alright. So I want the good old spell components. Probably like 300 of this. If I can afford it, I can. And I'm not overburdened, which is nice. We're keeping up on strength pretty well. Ooh, and we're gonna need mana stones. Does she sell any good mana stones? Even if she does, they might be way too pricey. No, only lesser mana stones. And of course the charges, but those are pretty pricey as well. Because eventually our armor is going to start running low on mana. And we're, in the late game, you just get those super high efficiency mana stones all over the place. And then you keep like 10 of those in your bag and you never need to think about mana again. But at the low levels, that's kind of a constant maintenance you need to keep up. So let's do... You need to go into a different bag. Everything else is fine for now, I suppose. Probably don't need pie. Why do I have pie and bread? We don't need the steel salvage, we don't need the wood heart or the pyreal moat or anything really. Okay. We're in a good position. Now, what are we doing next? We're doing... Oh, yeah. The plate hauberk. That one's... That is a quest. And a quest that one must do. But it is probably the most annoying quest. Let's see, Glendonwood Dungeon. I think it's Glendonwood Dungeon. Yeah. Oh, that's a big map. That is a very big map. But this will tell us where all the keys may be. And that will help us immensely. Especially because I usually don't even do this quest without lockpicking. So doing it without lockpicking this time is going to be a struggle. Because that means that since I usually do it without having to get the keys, having to get them this time will just be even harder. Because I've never had the amount of time required to actually, memorize their locations. Okay. Got all that done. Now, how efficient is this? Decent. Definitely not as good as the level 7 ones, but good enough. Good enough for me. Okay. So we can... I can see where all of the keys are on this map. And that's good. So first, key 1. You go out this room, across the long room, and left. Okay. Out this room, across the long room. And then we don't go left here, we go left up here. And then again over here. And this will take us straight to the key, which is in this room over here. But let's kill these guys first. Yeah, I think the hoarder might be the culprit here. All right, first key acquired. Very nice. So then the next one, we on that Banderling's loot. Interesting. Why are there 2 keys that require key 1? Does this have more than one uses? Oh, it does. Okay, never mind. I was confused. I was like, how are you supposed to use a key on 2 different places? Okay, so let me go up this way. No, it's not a door here. So we need to go around. Okay, now we have level 1, or we have better than level 1 heal self, which is quite nice. So we can actually out-heal their damage. Okay. So in this room, fizzled. It's supposed to be like it's like a 3% chance at this level. Tops. So, it's pretty cool. Got significantly unlucky there. He's dead. Okay. It's hard to tell. I mean, he's standing in a little dark corner over here. How am I supposed to know when he's dead? So then you get you open. You look cool. Lots of Drudge Charms. Get some of that. Okay, that's second key. Third key is... Okay. I have absorbed the geolocation of the third key. It's directly in this room? It is. But this requires the second key? It doesn't say. There we go. $30. Jeez. Luckily, rats seem pretty easily killed by nether damage. Okay. Third key acquired. Now. Could go up there. That would bring us to 2. Let me just figure out the rest of the dungeon here. Do we need to be up at 2? I don't think we do. Down at 1. 1 will bring us down to the granite golem land, which is not fun. We go out there. Okay, I think the rest of the dungeon is pretty linear. Key 4. We only got 3 keys. Where's key 4? Oh, that's by the banderling. Okay. We don't need key 4. We're fine. Yeah, the rest is pretty linear. I just need to go to that cell, which is not here. Go through here. All the way down at this end. Should also use this, I think. Or is this key 3? It is, okay. I'm glad that they gave these keys more than one use. Because if you get lost, that would be a problem. Alright, then you go down the stairs. This will bring you into Granite Golem Land, where young adventurers go to die. Against level 60 Granite Golems. But if you know where you're going, you can get through fast. Not have to worry about dying to the level 60 Granite Golems. Because I, for one, do not want to be another one of those unfortunate adventurers that falls victim to them. Still don't know why they have such high level golems in this dungeon. That's like along the main route that you're supposed to take to get to the boss. And the boss is like level 20. So why is that? Why are there random enemies in the basement that are 3 times the level of the final boss of the dungeon? It's just weird is what I'm saying. I don't need to heal. Yeah, he's level 20. Okay, and you deserve a proper, slow and agonizing demise. That's what I say. Alright. I'm gonna get his thingamawhatsit. And then we're good. Might as well take mana potion. No, I don't think I need them anymore. Yeah, the time of using mana potions is over. Because we have our stamina to mana, and that's all we're ever gonna need for the rest of time. Of course, we'll upgrade it past stamina to mana 3, but, you know, apparently never to stamina to mana 8, because, dang, people not giving me my stamina to mana 8. Alright, well, that was that. Not enough XP to level me at this point, but, you know, it's the thought that counts. Greenmire Grave, let's go. Let's see. Ugh, melee defense is expensive. Let's get more of that, and I can't get more of this. At least not 10 more. So I have done Greenmire Grave lately. I don't think this one will be a problem, because all this is you have 3 directions you go. Which one's the right way? It's not this way. So you go the 3 wrong directions in order to get the 3 keys. And then you use those keys in turn as you go through the right direction. I think you have the key? Yep. One key. And then we go back. I wonder how my skill credits. Only 2 available. Okay, we are a long ways away from getting item and creature enchantment. And perhaps getting all the tinkering things on this character would not be very possible. Is this another one of the wrong ways? Or is this the right way to go? I think this might be the right way to go. Yeah. So we need to go the other wrong ways. So the right way is east, I think. Might not be. I might just be remembering wrong, but it feels like that's the way you're supposed to go once you have all the keys. This way, I think it's just in this room, which would make the most sense. I mean, if there's a big room at the end of a hallway, you'd expect that the key would be in there. Ooh, Dredge Charm. Mind if I don't? Ah, I wonder if the key holder is going to be holding the key. Alright. And there's, of course, notes on the ground, but you know what? I don't need notes. Who needs notes anyways? I just need the key. Alright, so that's 2 keys. We need to separate these from all the keys we got from every other dungeon we've been doing. These low-level quests really like to throw a bunch of reusable keys at you that you then need to figure out what you're doing with. Especially Collier. Is it you? Are you the enemy I need to kill? I don't think you are. Nope. It's worth a try, though. Because, yeah, this one is a bit more nuanced, I think. And that's the entrance. Right, it's not any around the outside. There's ramps. I forgot. Shamans. More shamans. Not my favorite. So yes, because they're not my favorite, I'm just going to run through them and not kill them so that I gather up like 10 of them by the time I try to fight. Because I'm smart. I plan ahead for these things. You know, why fight one enemy I hate when I could fight 10 or more? You know, they say the more the merrier. I'd take a moss stone if they have any. Nope, just egg. More shaman. Get out of here. And then, do you have my key? Nope. There's more. Oh, that guy probably has the key. And he shall fall like any other. You eradicate Mosswort Chief for 80 damage. That's nice. You know, this Swampstone doesn't look like a key. Is it in the chest? Nope. I might need the I might need the map. Because I have done this quest recently, but I had lockpicking. So do we need another key? Do I need any keys, really? Because you need the Yari, I think. There's a lot of keys in here. Okay. This is the Warren key and the short key. Those are the two we have. And we went down those. 3 and 2 get us to here. Oh, 3 and 2 get you there. 5 and 6, or 5 and 4 bring you into nowhere. Where does 3 and, or no, where does 5 and 4 take you? I literally, oh, there's 5 and 4. Okay. That brings us here. Simple key, key 4. What keys do I even need? This place is confusing. Okay, we need key 1 and key 3. And that's it. Key 1 and key 3. Oh, we have key 1 and key 3, right? We got the short, I mean, these don't really, oh yeah, green worn key and short key. Okay, that's all we need. We didn't need a key down here, but we did get the swamp stone, which is nice. I think I need that for something later. I don't quite remember. Because there's like a million different uses for swamp stones, and it's hard to keep track of them all. But I'm sure it's something important. So we need to go back up here and go the correct way. I thought there was 3 keys, because there's 3 other ways to go other than the correct way, but nope. The other keys are just for other unrelated areas that get you other items that you may or may not need. So we will then go the correct way, which I think was this one. Yeah, east. Gotta remember, I said east was the right way. Okay, it doesn't require any keys yet, so you go around this way. Then I think it's going to need the green key first, maybe? It's a 50-50, really. Nope, failed the 50-50. Okay. And then you head through this way. That's going to lead you straight to the final room, where I think that's where we use the other key. Or no, use the other key on the chest, not to get into the room. Get out of here, shamans. Yeah, the shamans are almost as bad as the water golems at the beacon tower. Because those water golems, I have been killed more than once by a stray frostbolt from one of those water golems. It is a dangerous place to be. Who's... Oh, is that you? Are you throwing all those spears? I don't appreciate it. Okay. And you, I'd probably better get rid of you as well. You're most certainly going to come after me. Thank you. I also hate wisps. Wisps are the worst. Okay. Then we need you for you. I don't think any of that is necessary. I think we just needed the Yari. Right? I think so. So we can get them repaired at the guy. Let me just check the facility hub page to see if, just to verify. It's not showing me the quests. Oh, there it is. It's a different page. Item required for this is the Greenmire Yari or the other one, and they need to be the repaired version, which is important to know because now we can Lifestone, go back to Shoshi, and repair them before going back. Because I think every time I have ever gone and done this quest, I've always just tried to turn it in, directly after getting it, and never went to go repair it first, which is always a mistake I make. It is true the wisps are hard to see, and they just kind of start throwing spells at you from a range, and all they do is cast spells until pretty much until they're out of mana. So it's upsetting. The wisps, they suck. And then they're kind of hard to target. And I think for whatever reason, I think mainly you want to use physical damage types against them, which is kind of counterintuitive. Okay, is he in here? No, he's in this building. I always get those two mixed up. I mean, they're both big square buildings in the same, area, but the interiors of the buildings are certainly a bit different. Okay. Then facility hub portal gem. Turn in this, which this is actually a very good spear for early game people. At least on Dekarutide, it is. In this version of the game, maybe not, but earlier versions, most certainly. Very nice spear. And with the mutation system they have on Dekarutide, I was able to get some really good spears out of it. All right. I think I even got a slashing or a slashing rended spear, and thus resistance cleaving slashing technically, and thus it was, I don't know, it changed its damage type to slashing. It was a slashing spear, which I don't know how that works exactly. So I guess a glaive could be counted as a slashing spear, but it's more of a polearm. Oh, Collier. Ugh. Another key heavy area. We're gonna put all our old keys at the bottom of the inventory just to ensure that we don't accidentally use those. So I think one key is in this house, the other key is over in that house, the house right over there. I don't think I can see it from here, but it's there, trust me. Yeah, the heavy dredge prowler. This looks so cool. The red claws and everything. They should really use that model more often. I don't know, there's so many different unique recolors of enemies in this game that they just don't use. And it's quite sad. Because they're so colorful and nice. I want to see him more often. But of course, if I wanted to, I could always just learn how to make my own content here and make my own areas with fancy colored drudges if I really wanted to. Which I should at some point. You know, learn how to do that, make some fancy colored drudges and banderlings. Okay, 2 keys before you enter the dungeon. Now, can I recall the route through here without looking it up? That is the question. Because this is one that I have always needed to actually get all the keys for. So my brain should, in theory, remember most of the key locations and the route to get to them. Let me through. Thank you. A massive confusing dungeon. It is. It sucks. But at the same time, I have been through it so many times that I should remember the first thing about it, shouldn't I? Okay, so here we can't do anything. We just need to go up the ramp. This will take us to the dungeon area where we can get the key. But I can't think too far ahead. I need to go off muscle memory, or else I'm never going to make it. Alright, so from here, go this way. There's a key on the miner. In this, we need sell key. Thank you. Okay, you get obliterated. Thank you. Okay, then I mean, not actively, but I used to play on the Reef Coal server, and I have considered playing on, I don't remember what it's called, but there's this one like really popular no macroing server that I have certainly considered giving a try, because I think the rampant macroing is what pushed me away from Reef Coal in the end. Alright, but then we head back down here, because now in this room, we use the scratched key for this. We then get this key. Then, we go back through the loop. We have to go this way, up here, back around to the prison cells. And then at the prison cells, we can go back through this. And then this takes us back to the beginning, where we can go to the right here. And I think it's just past the entrance. Wasn't it? Or no? There's supposed to be a door here. Levistrasse? Yes. I believe that is the right one, the one that I was talking about. Okay, this isn't it. There's a path around here. I almost have this. It's probably this one. The one that I went for first. I second-guessed myself, but it's probably here. Okay, so we got some dead-end rooms, it looks like. So if we go this way... So hard to see on this little map because all the floors are layered on top of each other. But I do think this was the right direction. I just need to stop second-guessing myself. Yeah, because then this is this. Use the Baron's key. Then go straight ahead. I think. Either that or this is the way to the portal. Yeah, this was just the route to the portal, I think. Ow. Rude, my guy. Get out of here. Okay. These dang undead. They have no manners. Right, it's... Oh gosh, it's... Yeah, it is this way. And then... Don't go down, that just leads to the portal. So you head this way. Then you take the second on the left. Get locked. Is that another Baron's key? It is. This should take us straight to the final room. Which, if we were getting hurt by the level 15 undead miners spells, the Baron is probably going to be quite tough. He's like, what, level 30, 40? Do I have weakness? Yeah, I have weakness. That's unfortunate, because that means that I am burdened. Okay, you are gonna get debuffed. Did he resist? No, he didn't. Okay. Okay, I think I'm overthinking this. Yeah, he got annihilated. Never mind. You know, I thought that was gonna be a lot harder than it was. But no. Alright, then I think it's this chest that has what we need. Yes. Amulet of Life Giving. Just in time, too. All my protections ran out. Then up here, there's a pressure plate. Hope I can... Nope. Because I hope I can, like, skirt around it, but I can't. And there's nothing in this chest, so let's just head out. But I did it. I remembered. It's a very convoluted route because it does include going around certain, like, loops a couple times in a row. So it definitely isn't the most straightforward dungeon, but now we get Life Giver, which is very nice. Just extra 15 health for free. Oh wait, we need to we actually need to turn it in first. There we go. They were never built to be navigated. That makes sense. It sounds about right. And what do you have me do again? Oh, the Halls of the Helm. This one isn't that difficult, but it does confuse me every so often. Mainly because I've never gone about actually memorizing it, because it's never given me that big of an issue, so there's no need to memorize. But this time we might need to put some effort into that. We have so many keys. Why does it need so many keys? This is probably what's overflowing my burden. Okay. Halls of the Helm. This place is kind of scary. We have a lot of XP to spend too. Let's get more health. Lots of health. So we don't get one shot in here. And let's see. These are uneven. So yeah, let's level that up. Good. I don't remember anything about this dungeon exactly. All I remember is I think last time I did this, I got completely lost. And my brother found the route to go before I did, because we like split up to search for clues. and he found the exact route, and I couldn't. And I was very sad about that. So let's just... All these guys are pretty wimpy, it looks like. So let's just go the way that feels right. And hope that this is the way we're going. It looks like it is. Yep, we found the right route immediately. I think it's because I was thinking back to when I got lost and how I found the exit. Okay, but now this, we're gonna need to fight the holder of the helm. Hey, these guys just don't stop coming. What the heck? And here comes another one. Probably the Lich, yeah. Okay. Guardian of the Helm. Well, you know, he's not a very good Guardian of the Helm if he's not even wearing the helm. Okay, let's, our heal spells aren't strong enough to outdo his magic. Let's give us a little bit of space here. Nope. Oh, he just does Fester, okay. Alright, got both damage over times. Now I'm just gonna run a bit. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Yeah, those spells hurt. I wasn't even vulned. Those things just obliterate things. I do not like that at all. But I am glad that those you just throw on some of those the damage over times and run and you're good. Final Fantasy 14 graphics look a lot different at low. They really do. Yeah, and surprisingly, you know, the game mechanics change too. I don't know how they do it. It's like you're playing a completely different game the second that you turn those graphics down. All right, so I think that's all we needed for this is these. I might use this. Should I? I'd be giving up my willpower and focus, so maybe not. At least until I get creature enchantment. Alright, give this to the person. Easy money. Many generations of training. They've spent all that training on just getting enough war magic to almost one-shot me. That's all they did. How goes it? It goes quite well. I have been streaming for 5 hours now. It is, you know... Since Morg moved her streaming schedule up to 5 o'clock, it is significantly more difficult to raid into her stream. But, you know, on Fridays I do try to stream until 5 o'clock, so that is a possibility. Because, you know, Fridays are the community day and everything, so... But it is difficult. It is a long stream. Oh, these guys suck. Mountain rats. I seem to be able to evade them, luckily. If you come down here without being able to evade, they're just gonna get shredded. I will certainly try not to die over streaming. Friends? I don't think these are friends. They are trying to maul me. And luckily not succeeding. We'll keep this one. This one can be our friend. Okay, we got the fire spear, which... Can we still turn this in this dungeon? And we should be able to. That's just over this way. Okay, and they don't take the fire spear. That's good. Nice. Free XP. Almost level 30. Very nice. Oh, Void. Uh, I was thinking that you would be happy to know that this character is a Void mage. So, I'm using your trademarked magic. Turn into fire spear. Easy quest. Now, I think this guy is the one that uses... Oh, that's Hunter's Leap. No, I was thinking that was the Burren one, but that must be on the other side. Hunter's Leap still kind of sucks. Doesn't that place have the level 80 assassins in it? I don't remember. Truthier's Rest. This one's interesting, I think. You're very popular in video game culture. I can tell. You're everywhere. Alright, so we get the key from the apple seller. Because of course. I mean, what else would you buy from an apple seller but a key for a dungeon? Then we gotta run this way with our newfound key. But I mean, at least I'm sure you get paid for every time they use your name in one of these games. You know, it's like every time someone specs void magic, you get like a few cents. So you know, it's fine. Yeah, totally. You just stay with your day job of it's like I don't know what I know you have to be on call for things, but I don't know if you're like I don't remember exactly what you do. To be fair, we've never actually like talked extensively about exactly what you do. All I know is that you need to be on call for things sometimes and it kind of wipes you out. But anyways, you just stay doing that because you enjoy it. Because, you know, you're a millionaire from all the money you get from the void things, but systems engineer, well, that's nice. That's pretty cool. It's pretty similar to what my dad's doing. Cause he is I don't know exactly what his job title would be, but he fixes things as well and has to be on call a lot. But I think he's associated with a governmental body, like a governmental system, I think based in Oregon or something. But he's remote, so he's all over the place. Yes, he gets so many holidays. Like they celebrate every holiday they possibly can in the government and give him all the days off. So it's really funny. He always talks about that. He's just like, man, I didn't even know this holiday existed, and I get the day off for it. It's like, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, holidays every other week. It's great. He seems to really enjoy the position. And here we are, Truthier's Rest. Why? Okay, I was gonna say, why did I not go through the portal? And I should not have any issue getting through here, I think. I've done this dungeon many a times, and I don't think I've ever really gotten that lost. But who's to say? We'll see. It's just I kind of keep track of every dungeon that I get super lost in, so I know to memorize it. So I never get lost again. Kind of like the Collier Mines were. So this one should be straightforward. I'll just take every ramp I see and hope that going down consistently leads you somewhere good. This seems to be a dead end here. There was another ramp right back here. It's one you've never played. You should definitely try it sometime. The offer is always open for me to help you get it up and running and maybe even have you play on my server for a bit. Because I don't know how your latency would be, but it would only be like you and I on the server, so can't be that bogged down. But it is a bit of an extensive process to get the emulator and everything working. Multiple downloads you gotta get and all that, but in the end it's like a, I don't know, 10-minute process. Maybe 15 minutes, but I mean, you know how to do computer stuff, so pretty sure a simple download tutorial would not be all that difficult for you to go through. I'm pretty sure Asheron's Call and Asheron's Call 2 were shut down. Or is number 2 still going? I don't know. I've never played Asheron's Call 2, surprisingly. I mean, it's the sequel to my favorite game, but I never played it because it just, I don't know, it didn't seem like the same game, you know? It was set in the same world with the same lore, but it was never really scratched that itch, you know? Didn't last 5 minutes. So that's what they mean by all those commercials that are like, you won't last 5 minutes in this game. Just that the game sucks, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. Never really played it, but yeah, I did think both had shut down in 2017. Quite unfortunate, but as I said, emulators up and running. Very, actually been up and running for years now. I was quite happy. I think, were the early emulators like 2020, 2019? So it was only a couple years after after the shutdown that the emulators started coming up, and they were really kind of crappy at the start. No offense, but they've certainly upgraded. You know, because they were very bare bones right at the start, with only like half of the, not even half of the quests in the game. But they slowly recreated it lovingly over time. And now this version that I have here, it has like everything. Pretty much every quest from the beginning of the game all the way up to 2014 when it stopped getting content. Every quest has been implemented. So I don't know how they did it, or, you know, if they had to do it through dubious means, but honestly, I don't care. I have my very own private version of my favorite game, and I could not be happier about it. Okay, Hunter's Leap. Let's hope I remember this one, and hope that the enemies don't get too high level in here. Because I do seem to remember level 80 assassins somewhere. I don't know if it was in here, or if it was... That might have been... Oh, they're already up to level 40, and I've gone through 2 rooms, so... But yeah, the end of an MMO is always an incredibly sad experience, because it's like people get so very attached. I would know, you know, to their MMOs, because you put thousands of hours into it, and all of your progress is saved on an external server. So it's like you can always come back to it. It kind of turns into a second home for a lot of people. And when it shuts down, it's like you're not only losing a game you like, but also all your progress and all these characters and stories and memories, and it's very sad. AC emulator, I believe so, because there's 2 different types. There's, I think, the GDLE version and then the ACE version. And I think ACE is the one I'm on. But it's hard to remember, and I don't know if it says anywhere exactly which version I'm running. But Let's see, these guys are okay, no, they're not level 80. That's good. They're just level 40. It's fine, just like 10 levels higher. I'm, you know, not gonna die horribly. Also can't hit them very effectively. Okay, the bow should be in one of these rooms, I think. Just on the ground, right? Yeah, broken bow, it's in here. I missed it completely. So it's pretty easy to miss. Okay, well, so long, suckers. Now, I think the easiest way to get back to turn in the broken bow to repair it is just go through the hub again. Because, yeah, fighting enemies that can resist me, not fun. You probably could. I mean, I know nothing about server hosting, and I managed to figure it out. I mean, it took me like an entire day, probably like 10 to 12 straight hours of figuring this stuff out and getting it all set up. But if I have zero experience and I can set it up, you could probably do it pretty dang easily, I would think. And I would suggest if you ever get into it and want to play it like long term, you should probably host your own if you're fine with playing alone. Cause as I've pointed out many a times, you know, you get unparalleled like 10 to 20 millisecond latency on it. Whereas a normal server I've gotten between like 100 and 400 milliseconds, so this is at least 10 times more responsive of server lag than any other server I've ever been on. And it's so very good. Because this game, once again, no offense, I love the game, but when it's laggy, it can be so very annoying. Because if it's lagging, you end up with you end up with rubber banding. Like if you're trying to run past any enemies, there's a like 50% chance it'll rubber band you, and just that plus like a big group of enemies means that you can't get past them at all. With this, I can just sprint through entire like armies of enemies easily. No risk of rubber banding whatsoever. And it's so nice. Plus, if you have lag and you like jump, the server will like lose track of you for a second, and you need to wait a second for it to like catch up as to where you are. So, but with this, I never have to deal with that because no lag. So I could go on and on. There's a lot of small issues that are fixed when you have zero lag, and it just makes me very happy. Because it's like, this is even a better experience than it was in retail when the game was open, because of, you know, the low latency and just being able to do whatever the heck I want without any worry of the lag screwing me over. But then the one downside is you can't blame the lag when you die, you know? That does always suck. So let's see. This Fledgemaster's Tusk quest, because I got an ice shard. I don't think that's what we need. You need a Fledgemaster. When I should have gotten the Polar Kerenzi kill task, but I did not have the foresight to do that. We're just gonna corrosion this loser. Watch him. He resisted. How dare. How dare you? You're only level 30. What the heck? Oh. Ow. Ow. That's a bit of a problem. We might die. Well, thank you for trying to cast a spell. Why does he crit so often? And why does he resist all my spells? He's only level 30. There we go, we got it. Now it's a game of survive long enough that the dot takes him out. Out of range. Come on. Get the other dot. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Why does that guy do so much damage? What the heck? He did 70... What was that? 73 damage a crit. Sweet Jeebus. Alright, first real close call there. That was a big difficulty spike between, you know, enemies that do 1 damage a hit that I can hit like 50% of the time, to this guy that resists 6 times in a row and almost 2-shots me. That's that guy's powerful. That is something you might need to learn if you do play this game, is you cannot judge enemies' power levels on their actual level, because it's basically like hard-coded into each enemy how difficult they are, and it usually does not match up perfectly with what level they are on the surface. Which is why you at like level 20 could kill level 40 enemies, but also enemies at level 30 could kill you at level 30 very easily. Oh, I'm also overburdened, which probably doesn't do much, but it's a factor. I'm gonna blame that whole situation on me being overburdened. Now, where do I turn this in? Isn't it this tower? I think it's this tower. Right here. Right? There's like a guy in the tower. Gives you his pants. Good sir, do you have pants for me? You are. Okay. See, I'm not crazy. Pants guy. And we're probably overburdened because we're hogging all of these random items from all these quests. That's not good. We need to get rid of some of these at some point. And I need to get mana for my gear at some point too. So we'll probably lump those together. Just get some mana stones, smash all these items. Nice. I have a lot of XP. I need to spend my XP. So the next one is those ones. That's the Banderling Ceremonial Mace quest. That one's not difficult. So let's see. What do we need? Is all content in AC possible solo? I would say yes, but technically no. There is a lot of stuff that the wiki would brand as group only quests. Oh, my cold protection wore off. That's why he was doing so much damage. Anyway, sorry, off topic. But I have done multiple quests that have been dubbed group only and done them all solo, because, you know, I'm kind of an introvert, so interacting with people even in MMOs is like, no thank you. And I kind of just end up falling into doing things solo. Even if there's other people on the server, I'll just be like, you know what, I'll just go off and do my own thing. Unless I'm like showing someone the game, then of course we play it together. But if I'm on like a populated server, I'm like, group quest? I think not. So I've done... there's this one quest called Saving Asheron, which usually requires a group. And or maybe not requires a group, but definitely they suggest a group for that. That's like pretty high level, big, important quest. And I was able to solo that on Reef Cull, on my mage. It was tough. I almost got one shot like 5 times throughout the boss fight, but we made it. We did. We made it to the end, and that's what matters. It doesn't matter how many times you almost die. It only matters that you didn't. So, it's quite nice. So we'll up all of these. Also, if you like doing pretty basic math a lot, then you'll like the attribute system because you get the regular spell or the regular skills like this is focus plus self divided by 4, and then you can go in here and crunch the numbers and be like, oh yes, how much does this take, and you divide that and figure out exactly how much these need to cost to make it so that this is worth it. And personally, I like it because it's that type of math that's like just easy enough that I don't need to work too hard, but then at the same time is hard enough that I don't just know the answer immediately because I'm not great at math. But it's fun. My mom's always telling me like back when I was in school, I hated math and I hated doing math. And now she's just like, why are you like willingly happy to do math playing Asheron's Call, but you hated math when you had to do it? It's like there's a difference when I'm willingly doing it and when I'm forced to do it. And right now I'm trying to figure out how to spend all my XP, which is a big issue. Because like when you have a lot of XP, you don't want to spend it all on one thing, because then you feel like you're wasting it. But everything gets so expensive so quickly that it's like it kind of takes all the XP just to spend, just to get anything any higher. And it sucks. That kind of goes away. It's only kind of a mid-game issue that you deal with that. Once you're in the late game, then everything's super expensive, and no matter how much XP you get, you're not going to be able to raise anything any significant amount. Isn't that fun? Okay. We're level 33 so far. We need to do ceremonial thing, which I think these are all linear dungeons. Oh, I need to talk to the guy. What's max level? Hoo boy, it is level 275 is the maximum level. And there's also reincarnation where you can, restart at level 1 once you've hit max level. So yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of levels. My current highest level character on this server is level, I think 206 was the level we are at. I should show you that character because I'm very proud of it. Because I've not been doing any macroing or anything, so lots of effort went into to get them that high up. You keep certain skills, yes. You don't keep any of this stuff, but you do keep all your armor, your weapons, your money, your house, your vassals, which is like, if anyone, it's kind of like a guild, except your vassals pass up XP to you as well. So you keep them. I don't think this is the part we need to be in. No, I took a wrong turn. But most importantly, here you have like augmentations. So each character starts with one augmentation, which is usually jack of all trades if you're one of the main races, but if you're one of the newer races, you end up getting a different one. Like here I get Eye of the Remorseless, which increases my crit by 1%, or crit chance. And so you keep all of your augmentations, which, seeing as how most of the time the only easy way to get augmentation gem is a 1 per week quest, that definitely makes it so you want to keep those. But if you get all like, I don't know, 30 plus 40, maybe like 40 augmentations, there's a lot of them. If you get all of those plus all the luminance augmentations, which there's even more of, then you can keep all of those when you reincarnate, and then you can be the most overpowered level 1 character anyone's ever seen, because you have every augmentation in the game and you just have like a bunch of these little bonuses that make you super strong, including ones that make it so you don't drop anything when you die. So death is just kind of like a minor inconvenience at that point. Is this the room I need? No. Let me out. Thank you. So yeah, the restarting definitely isn't all that bad, especially if you're someone who's macroing, because then it's just like, well, you just need to spend a few months sitting in a dungeon macroing, and then you're back to max level again, especially if you have vassals. But yes, I am currently not macroing, so it would definitely be a huge time investment if I decided to, you know, reincarnate my character. Which I probably won't do. I'll probably just get to max level and that'll be it. I'll just stay there and do max level quests, because that's a lot of work. I mean, all the now 16 streams that I've done on this game have been cataloging mainly my main character's journey to max. And that's only been showing maybe 1/10 of the effort I put in because there's so many different quests that you can do, like, many times over, and you just repeat them daily to get the XP. And that's what I did many days. So yeah, but it's a fun game. I like it. Which, you know, goes without saying. This is a dead end. I needed one turn. The turn one earlier. I thought it was that one, but I second guessed myself again. I tend to do that a lot. It's like, I know that my first instinct when it comes to these dungeons is usually the right one, and yet I keep second guessing myself and being like, nah, it can't be that one. That's too obvious. Everyone knows it's the second one, so I can't go that way. And I'll be falling right into their trap. Okay, it's not this. Isn't that this way, Andy? It's not this way either. I think this is the right amount. Yes, definitely the community is very dedicated. They've put in a lot of effort. I wish I could have helped with the, you know, resurrection of the game, but I am not good at technical stuff usually, and I was a bit too young at the time that the whole emulation process was happening to even consider being helpful in it. Is it this last one? I thought it was the second one, but it might be this last one. Yep, it's this last one. This fog means you're going the right direction. I remember that about this dungeon. And there it is. Oh, great. Tuskers. Can you guys stop it with the damage and all that? You know, it's very rude. I hope two of you can't fit into this tunnel. No, good. The life of a squishy mage. Who also keeps forgetting to reapply their buffs. So, you know, that's honestly, that's kind of my fault. Okay, then I need to get the Mace of the Explorer, and I think you just turn it into the guy at the middle of Eastham. Or Eastham. I still don't know. You know, I need to, like, find whoever wrote the lore and the names for all these places and have a long chat with them about, like, just listing off every single name of every town so I can memorize how he says it's supposed to be pronounced. Because once again, zero voice acting in the game, no indication as to how any of this is supposed to be pronounced. I work with what I got. And it confuses me so. Which didn't used to be an issue before I started streaming, but on stream I don't want to mispronounce things. So I'm just like, I get self-conscious about it. Like, I used to call it Eastham, but then I'm like, well, it might be Eastham, you know? Or Lytlethorpe might be Littlethorpe. Like, there's all these different pronunciations, and I don't know if I'm saying the right one, and it makes me nervous. Here, guy, take your dang mace. Give me XP. Okay, what's this one? Catacombs of the Forgotten. I don't remember this one too well. Also, I should probably go south because these I do not want to be at above 100% burden trying to go into all these different places. That would not be a good idea. But like 10 minutes until, well, if Morg's streaming, then maybe about 10 minutes until she streams, which would be very nice. But I do want to, show Void my high level character before I go. So I don't know if I should do another one or just go straight to that. We'll see. We'll first turn in all these keys, which are somewhat weighing us down, but mostly filling our inventory. And we want to sell all these, and probably everything else. I know some of these are givable, like, for instance, this one. And so you can technically give these between your characters in order to not have to redo the quests every character, but I usually just redo the quests personally. Alright, so we sell all that. Probably just give away anything else that we couldn't sell. Like these two. And I already have multiple tip pack cows, so we don't need that. This key. There we go. The rest I think we kind of want to keep. We can put some of it in our house. Ah yes, I must increase loyalty. So I can give more XP to my non-existent vassal. Or non-existent patron. I think is... I know the word for vassal, but not the word for patron. I think that's it, but who knows? I certainly don't. Okay, let's put some stuff in the house chest. Oh yeah, and the game has player housing, which it was really cool back in the day because the player housing actually required like the monthly, you like pay the monthly rent on it. But I have that turned off on this server because the worst feeling is when you lose your house and because you didn't pay for it and it's just like, oh no, all my items. Then you go and check your house and someone else bought it and they stole all your items out of the house chest and you're just depressed after that point. So yeah, on the server I don't have the monthly rent enabled, but it is still a cool mechanic. I very much like it, because then if you're constantly actually playing the game, then it kind of just adds a bit of a... It's not a one and done kind of purchase, it's something you actually need to keep at. So throw these in the chests wherever they are meant to go. And throw this in. I don't have a very big method for organization in here, if I'm being honest. I really should, because there's a lot of chests, and I'm gonna forget where everything is if I don't organize it, but it's fine. Throw this in here. Very good. Very few games had housing back in the day. It is very true. So let me go give a short tour of my main character real quick because I want to, and it's fun. I get to show off. So they're this character. I've played them a lot on stream, so you've probably seen them before if you tuned into any of my other streams. But I have a nice transmog going on with the red and the yellow, which I very much like. They are level 206 and only require 268 million more XP to level. And there's only that much left. So, quite nice. I think my highest level character so far was level 250, and that was on Reefcull. My highest level character in retail was only like 236, 237. I could pull up the picture, but I don't know where that is. So yeah, but this character is not a mage, despite holding a wand when I logged in. They're a two-handed person, which means that their melee attacks cleave to enemies around them. So you can hit 2 enemies at once usually, or this weapon can hit 3 enemies at once and is the only weapon in the game that is capable of that. So AoE for days indeed. That actually has even more AoE than you might think, because my cloak does a void AoE on, like chance on hit. So I think it's if I get hit, it has a chance to do the void AoE to everything around me. And this weapon, if I'm using this, it only hits 2 enemies, but it has a cast on strike when I hit an enemy to do a fire AoE. So if I have both this and the cloak, I'm just like shooting AoEs all over the place, which is quite nice. And right now I'm in my society base, which is the Radiant Blood. As you can see, they're very nice armor here. It got like the eyeball on it and all that. It's very fashionable. I don't have it yet, but it is what it is. I'm working on it. I currently have, or I'm trying to get the Noble Relic armor, which is honestly such a chore to get because this gear, I mean, it's good armor. It's got good armor level, good spells, but it requires level 180 to wield, and you need to go to Dark Isle, which is where I'm teleporting to right now, and you need to get 100 Dark Isle trophies, and then from that, you get one random piece of the armor. And it's completely random, so you could get the same piece of armor multiple times in a row, and it is just, there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm so sad about that. I have been wanting to implement a system where you can give a piece of the armor back for like half credit towards your next piece of armor. Yeah, and then another 100 to get the next piece. It is brutal. I'm out of mana because I just lifestoned. That is a problem. I just got the Lifestone Sending spell for that exact issue. I don't know why I didn't use it. Okay, but we'll buff up. This character, they can also buff themselves entirely. Well, mostly. I don't have life magic, so any life protections are beyond me, but most everything is buffable on this character, which is nice. And then all of our gear, of course, gets even better with all the buffs. You see, green means good. And my weapon, very nice. This is probably gibberish to you, though, because it probably doesn't mean anything. So these are the Dark Isle enemies. They come in groups of 4, like these guys. These Roosh are my favorite because they're easy, because they don't cast spells. So what you do is you kill them, like so. And I can, cleave to them as well. And then more spawn once you've killed those 4, which is an extra 2 plus the boss. And now the boss basically is the same as all the rest, but like super freaking has a lot of health, is what I'm trying to say. Is a ton of health. And there's my fire AoE. And so then if you kill this guy, oh, and these symbols around me are my Aetheria, which give me 30 health every couple seconds once they proc. So that's quite nice. Makes it so you don't have to heal nearly as much during combat. Yeah, there are multiple different things they can surge, but I prefer the regen just because having to heal in combat is so, annoying. So just eliminate that entire thing. Okay, and then after all of that, you've killed 4 enemies and then 2 enemies and 1 mini-boss. You get a trophy. And you need 100 of these. So, and then you get 1 piece of armor out of, how many is it? Out of 5. So 1/5. And then you can also get the other pieces, which are essentially fancy paperweights. You'd be losing money not doing it. It's true. But every time you turn in a single trophy, you get 27 million XP. So if you count that over 100 trophies, that is a lot of XP. You're not only getting the armor, you're getting an insane amount of XP out of it. So I like that part. That part's nice. Also, I need to, let's see. So we just got this. That's 1. It also has a journal where you can keep notes. So here I'm keeping track of how many trophies I've turned in. So it said 80 because last time I had 80 turned in and I turned in 20 to get my piece of armor, and now I've turned in 1, so I can keep track of that. Additionally, I have my Bellis quest being tracked here, which I think there's a contract for that, but I'm old school, so I just use the journal and write Bellis. And it's on a 1-week timer, so it keeps track in real time right down here, however duration you set it to, and you can check this whenever and see exactly how much time is left on your quest. So that's nice. Very, very nice. So yeah, I don't know, I think that's about it. This character doesn't have a ton else to show. You got the slashing, the fire, the armor, and that's it. I also have a ton of money though. Like, these 31 Pyreal Ps are 1.5 million value. And then I think don't I have like 2 other stacks of Pyreal Ps in the chest? I have a ton. I've been like hoarding these things. And I have so many. I could probably buy like an entire another house. Actually, probably like 3 or 4 houses by now. Just with the Pyreal Ps that I've stashed. But yeah, it's cool. It's very, very cool game at least once you get to the late game, I believe. And these are foci, so they make it so that you can cast spells without, because like way back in the day, back when the game first started, you needed like 8 different, actually I think it was like 6 to 8 different spell components to cast each spell. So each spell was like its own little formula for how to cast that specific one. And these foci basically make it so that you only need 2 spell components, which is a scarab and a prismatic taper. And so once you have both of those, you can cast those. But there are augmentations you can get that make it so you can do that without foci taking up your bag slots. So that's quite nice. So what was I here? I was here to look at the P's, right? So yeah, I can put these in here. Then together, that's 2.6 million. And I have 3 or 2.5 stacks of gold Ps, which are 2.5 million each stack. This is just, it's so much money. But there's not much to use money on when you're the only person on the server, so you know, I mean, it's nice to be so horribly, utterly rich, but at the same time, it's, you know, not really all as useful as you might think. So yes, but it seems that Morg's stream has started, or at least is at the starting soon portion. So let's do that, because my voice is killing me. So good stuff. I had a good time though. Lots of Asheron's Call, which I am always down to play some Asheron's Call. So let's see, / raid Morg. There we go. Oh, and thank you for being here, both Void and everybody else, such as RPG Ash and The Privacy. Thank you all for being here. I had a great time, and I'll see you guys next time. I should probably go to the ending soon screen because I'm a professional. Okay, bye. See you next time.